Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's Brand Innovators Livecast. My name is Isabel Bear. I am the Virtual Events Manager here at Brand Innovators. And I also run our 40 Under 40 Awards, which I'm really excited to highlight today. We are actually going to be having our first ever panel with our past award recipients in just a moment. So for those joining who are marketers that are under 40 or who are mentors, who have mentees that you think would be great for this, please go check out our website. I can drop the link in the chat and make sure to go nominate someone today. So we hope that you're looking forward to today's Summit on Marketing Innovation. As I said, we're going to be including a great panel with our 40 Under 40 past recipients. And we will also be hearing from marketing leaders from American Airlines, from Waldorf Astoria, Johnson & Johnson, Papa Murphy's, HP, JP Morgan, and many more. So be sure to engage with our speakers today with the Q&A widget on the bottom of your screen, and make sure to use the chat, and we'll be sure to try to get to everyone's questions throughout the sessions. And then before we kick off and introduce our first panel, I just wanted to share a quick highlight reel of what Brand Innovators has been up to over the past year.
Every single person on our team, from the top down, from the bottom up, everybody stepped up.
You've been with us since the beginnings. We're going to keep the ball rolling. We have two more amazing speakers.
We were going to launch our very first virtual event, which we called the Livecasts. Historically, Brand Innovators has been a real-world events-based organization. We would go around the country, every major market, hosted by major brands, Fortune 500 companies. It would bring our community members together in the real world at those events to share with each other and learn from one another. It became obvious in March, like many other brands, we had to rethink our entire model.
We're really excited to kick this off and to welcome Angela.
Joining as our moderator, Alex Belady.
I'm really happy to be here with Steve Kennedy today.
They've continued the momentum all the way through this time that we've all been unfortunately stuck inside during the pandemic.
It feels like a family, it feels like a community.
Just got married 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
It's been an honor to be part of the virtual stage.
Thanks so much to Brand Innovators for having me here today.
Learning from them and being part of a community was really great. So thank you, Brand Innovators.
We've had 112 live casts, 150 private virtual roundtables. Between those two, 1,200 senior brand marketers from all sorts of amazing brands in our community, and all the amazing brand marketers, all of our fantastic partners and sponsors.
I found the experience exciting, thoughtful, inspirational.
I look forward to when we're back in person, but until then, this has worked very well.
If you haven't attended, you should, and you should bring your team with you.
No, I'm going to be a marketer for the rest of my life.
It's great, Chris. I love it, bro.
Full creative power, and they're like, you know what, you know best, you do you.
How is working from home going for you?
It's probably driving my wife crazy.
Fantastic job moderating. This is really wonderful. Thank you all.
Awesome. So thanks for sharing that. And actually in the middle of the day, we have a special treat. We're going to be sharing our brand new 2021 kickoff sizzle reel. So definitely stay tuned for that. So big panel ahead of us. I'm going to try to quickly introduce everyone. So without further ado, I do want to welcome our first panel of the day. So this is a panel where we are going to be highlighting our past 40 Under 40 award recipients. We are joined by Amy Craven from American Airlines, Nina from, I'll just do first names and companies, Nina from Waldorf Astoria Maldives, Matt from Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health, Hetty from Papa Murphy's International, Ben, who's a brand strategy innovation consultant, and this session is going to be moderated by Adam Kadit, the Director of Programmatic Advertising Sales at Zynga. So welcome everyone to the stage. Thanks for being back with Brand Innovators today, and I'll hand it off to you, Adam.
Thanks, Isabel. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're listening from or dialing in from or working remotely these days. Isabel and Brand Innovators, thanks again for putting together a great program as always. It's exciting to kick things off today with such a great panel. I'm going to say congrats and everything well deserved for our 40 Under 40 recipients. You guys do a lot of amazing work for the brand innovators community, the larger industry community, and more importantly, for your brands and organizations. But I think this could be a really great panel where we could take a look back on your career progression, sort of accomplishments, and provide perspective to those listening in, especially those who are a bit earlier in their careers. I think what you have to say could resonate and help guide them, especially through these times where everything is in flux. Sort of setting the stage, I'm going to talk about sort of pathways into the industry and sort of general career trajectory. Speaking with many of you before this, and even those listening in, I think it's clear many of us don't have a linear path in this industry, and maybe linear paths don't exist anymore. A lot of the elements, especially in digital, especially when it comes to measurement or even programmatic, a lot of that's not even taught in undergraduate programs these days. So in many instances, you're developing your knowledge and your skill set just on the job. So let's use this as a springboard to kick things off today. Hedy, let's start with you, Amy, and Ben. You guys all started your careers on the agency side. Can you tell us, those listening in, sort of a little bit about how your experience across a variety of brands or different sort of pods at the agency sort of gave you this skill set or opened your eyes to sort of steer your career on the brand side or whatever you're doing today? Hedy, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. And Brand Innovators, thanks for having us. Yeah, Adams, as you said, my career started out, I started on finance and then shot off to an agency. So speaking of linear, that is like as, shoots and ladders as it gets. But if I were to do it again, I would 100% start out an agency and go in-house. I think it really set up my career for a really strong trajectory. And working in an agency, it teaches you a couple of things that are so transferable. The first one is kind of the competition element. Because when you are an agency, agencies have to be really competitive to keep up with other agencies in terms of innovation, in terms of tools. So you're at the forefront, it's really awesome, but it also teaches you competition in a healthy way with your peers, because when you're in-house, you tend to be the only person doing what you're doing. When you're an agency, you're working with the same roles, and so you really learn from others how to be better at what you do, and it just really pushes you to grow. And the breadth of experience and exposure you get to service, to different services and industries is amazing. I think when I was at my previous agency, I was working on everything from jewelry to automotive to insurance to like a surgical company, and the different hats you have to put on to understand business models is just incredible learning. And then, the maybe third part set me up for success is it teaches you the BS meter a little bit, for lack of a better word, because when you work with companies, you learn how you can make numbers look good, but you also learn how you can be really truthful and measure something accurately. So when you are in a position of leadership and you're accountable for your own numbers, that's a really great experience to have. So I would say those are a couple of ways that I gain a lot of great experience from that.
Yeah, and definitely agree with Heidi. Like the perspective you get on working across different types of industries, it helps you, honestly, it helped me to find out what type of industry I wanted to be in, because you get kind of exposure to a broad variety of companies. It also, one thing that I still really use today is the ability to sell and the ability to sell my ideas, which, while myself as a brand marketer, I'm not necessarily making pitches, but every day I'm making pitches to the rest of the business to help them to understand initiatives that I need their support on, or, just trying to partner with others. So storytelling and using, PowerPoint to be able to do that and articulate your thoughts and summarize data in really interesting ways that get people excited about what you're doing was something that I really carried with me from the agency side.
Yeah, I'll jump on that too. Thanks, Amy. I couldn't agree more. My career was half agency side, half client side in consulting now. And I think looking back, the things that I took from that are energy, strengths, and presence. And I wish I would have known those signals a little bit better when I was navigating through that. And what I mean by energy is when I have been the proudest or, gotten the most accolades or gotten promoted, I have had an immense amount of energy for what I was doing. Call it purpose, call it passion, whatever you want. Like figure out what makes you tick as a person. The second thing is strengths, and it's actually not strengths, it's weaknesses. Make sure you know your weaknesses and surround yourself by people whose strengths are your weaknesses, complement each other. And then the last piece is really a build to what Amy was saying about presence. I don't care how you get on the Zoom call. I don't care how you get in the boardroom, but get in the boardroom, listen to how the executives talk, listen to how the slides are put together, and understand what is that culture at the company you're at? Because if you want to have a long career there, you need to understand that culture and how the senior leadership looks at things.
Ben, you also had a pretty good story about focusing on econ in college and getting an opportunity at Kellogg's very early on, which is sort of like the aha moment that this is what you wanted to be doing. Yeah,
quick story in that is, and Heidi, maybe it's it's maybe a little bit to you too, is my education, I was going to be applied economics, finance, accounting, the class I would take in applied economics is going to be my degree. I did an internship at the Kellogg company in Battle Creek, Michigan, disclosure where I grew up as well. And I walked into what was called marketing services then, and it was like life-size Tony the Tiger and Rice Krispies treats here. And it was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. You just grab these and go. And I was like, speaking of the energy, that gave me a lot of energy. And I was like, applied economics is amazingly important, but maybe that's not where I need to be. And so I kind of shifted my career there.
And I think Nina and Matt have pretty interesting career trajectories themselves. Nina, you went from journalism to starting your own business and being a founder, and then helping startups grow and make that next step. Now, all the way in the Maldives at Waldorf Astoria, managing sort of brand there. And then Matt, you started on the finance side at J&J for the first half of your career. So both very different. I'll start with Nina first. Sort of over all those different chapters, what do you think you picked up along the way that sort of helped for every sort of following chapter? For example, taking what you learned as a founder and applying it on the brand side.
I think that what's really important is to continue to build our toolkits, namely by problem solving. In starting a business, you are forced to figure out how to do everything, from figuring out the back end of a website to how to do fulfillment. I was selling replacement parts for BlackBerrys and iPhones, and it's not like I had done that before. But if you're scrappy and you're smart and you're willing to put in the time and energy, you can sort of figure out anything. And so I was able to bring those skills to BaubleBar. I was, for one of the first 10 employees there, building out the customer experience team and then partnership marketing. And if you're really curious and you want to continue to grow and you continue to tell the people around you that you want to grow, usually there are opportunities to do that at companies, and people are willing to give you a chance. So even taking the partnership marketing and the content marketing that I did in BaubleBar and applying it to the role that I had leading global partnerships for Hilton's luxury brands, it's not exactly the same, but there's a lot of similarities. And a lot of it is problem solving and building relationships with those around you. What Ben said about learning how the people in that boardroom are talking and the slides that they're building and figuring out how to do it at each company the way that they want to see it, definitely leads to a lot of success and being open to new opportunities. I think that's probably the most important thing in a career path, not being scared of the future and just sort of believing that everything is helping you get to that next point as long as you can tell a story around it. And since we're brand marketers, we're all very good at telling the story of why we're making each step.
So Matt, I would want to hear your perspective. Sort of what about sort of the marketing world or brand strategy made you want to make the jump from finance? But did you take a lot of your toolkit with you? Do you take that sort of financial first analytical approach these days?
Yeah, I mean, what made me want to make the jump was working with partners similar to some of these other stories about you get exposed to, you're like, kind of the light bulb goes off that's where my passion is, that's where my excitement was. So in terms of bringing your toolkit, absolutely. And I think the biggest piece of advice I give to career switchers, being one myself, is don't apologize for your background. Whatever it is that you've done in your past is what makes you who you are. It makes you special, be it agency side, startup experience. For me, it's finance. And everyone's different. And I work with some unbelievable marketers that came from, one of my teammates worked in R&D for 10 years, and she is an unbelievable marketer now, and sales, supply chain, you name it. They could have been teachers. So maybe that makes them amazing coaches. But whatever your skill set is, bring that to what you're doing. And what really I've brought with me is my analytical background. So I'm super data driven. It's gotten me into the digital space, so I don't get afraid of, analytics and data and all those things that have just grown in importance over the last 10 years. I'm really well equipped to bring my skill set to that. And then at J&J, we have a more of a general management view of marketing. So it really helps me with P&L management and stuff like that. So I can have a more advanced discussion with my finance partners as I'm managing the overall P&L for my brands as well.
Nice. It's great to share sort of the overall paths you guys have taken and how you got into this business. But I think what's really important, when our prep calls, it seemed to be a hot topic that we all agree was important. And that's sort of the idea of sort of mentorship, networking, and self-advocacy. It's clearly played a big role in your development and navigating a lot of the unknowns that exist. And it's going to resonate a lot with those listening today. Ben, I want to start with you. When we were speaking, you had a great little phrase. It was 12 ounces of time. And that was sort of the approach you took to learn about your organizations or sort of network and find mentors and advocates. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So context, I spent a lot of my career on the alcohol beverage industry, and from a consulting perspective, just beverage more broadly. And I think there's something special when you sit down with someone for 12 ounces of time, and it's something we don't get to do face to face these days. And 12 ounces of time, whether it's over water or tea or coffee or Diet Coke or a beer, cocktail, whatever, just spending those 12 ounces of time together and talking about how can I help you? Here's how you could help me, questions, whatever it might be, I think is so valuable. And just what I've been doing lately is taking the idea of 12 ounces of time and doing it in 12 minutes. So I'll block 30 minutes. Sometimes it's a couple times a week, but definitely once a week. And I'll do 12 ounces of time in 12 minutes. I got a minute to switch on to the next Zoom or Teams or whatever. And I do 12 ounces of time for 12 more minutes. And I get a lot out of it. I'm there to help whomever as we're discussing, but that's helped me over the course of the pandemic, and I continue to do it today.
Amy, let's go to you next. I want to use what Ben said as a springboard, because we talked about got to find your own advocates and people in your corner that help you grow or you push your ideas forward. You're selling internally as well. Do you do sort of these 12 minutes at a time, or sort of 12 ounces at a time sort of programs? Or tell us how you find these mentors? And
yeah, definitely. Like you said, mentorship, there are formal programs, but finding either mentors or even better advocates, right? Somebody who you either are working with or partnering with who can also help give you advice and support you with your initiatives is something you have to be intentional about. You get out kind of what you put into it, and I had a great, mentor to me, once tell me, he was like, don't ever, just sit at your desk and eat lunch. Like, you need to be eating lunch with someone new, and meeting new people or engaging with people. And so, it's easy to, get into that trap of just kind of focusing on what you need to do, but really thinking about how you intentionally set up time with new people. If there's someone that you have friction with, specifically setting up time with them, you know, and these days, as you say, I think even more have to be intentional about it, because there's not as many casual, you know, conversations that can be had in the hallways. So reaching out, scheduling monthly, you know, touch bases, whatnot, has been really important. And, you know, we're fortunate in that we're, you know, in an office environment where we're in probably 25% of the week. And so for us, it's still been nice to be able to approach your colleagues about, let's go do a COVID-friendly happy hour outside when it's not, you know, freezing in Texas, for instance. But, you know, so it's about being thoughtful and intentional about it.
And have your mentors over the years really been, you know, mostly professional focused, or have you also found others to help you like develop, you know, interpersonal or develop personally as well?
Definitely. You know, specifically me as a mother of two small girls, it's been really important, you know, that I find similar mentors that can help me navigate sort of motherhood, and being a working mom and what that's like. And so, you know, for whatever it may be for you, trying to find someone who has some of those sort of personal attributes that you can relate to, and just be a sounding board, in all honesty, to help you navigate some of these challenges, has been really useful to me.
Thank you. Nina, you have always a unique perspective here. For me to talk as a founder, there's no business plan or sort of toolkit presented to you. You have to make it yourself. Identify where you need development, whether it's a skill set, knowledge, or, you know, help. But you have to be your advocate all the time. So as you're building a business, how did you identify where you needed to find resources? And then once you've sort of identified, here's a gap I need to build talent in it personally, how'd you go about reaching out to the larger industry network and finding help?
I think that a big piece of it is really knowing your weaknesses and then finding people, like Ben actually said, who complement them and asking for help, because people really are willing to help. And I think that, you know, in some ways it set me up for, you know, moving to Hilton, which is a matrix environment, and figuring out how to work my way through the matrix. So I always said, like, being at Hilton, the most important networking that I did was within the walls of Hilton. Whereas when I was at BaubleBar in New York for 6 years, the most important networking I did was outside of the walls of BaubleBar, and making sure that I was like up to speed on every new marketing tool that there was. You know, I launched video chat live on site, and making sure that I was networking with every other company that was doing that, so that we could learn from each other, and really figure out that, you know, how to be at the cutting edge. And even now, being in the Maldives for a 3-month contract and leading storytelling for the property, like, I don't know a single person here. And the most important thing I've done since arriving is, like what Amy said, sitting down at lunch tables with different people every day, going outside my comfort zone, because I am going to be a better storyteller and create better strategies for this property the more I talk to people and learn, like, what is so special about the property, what's so special about the people here. And so I think that it really translates to every role that you have. And I know there's a lot of questions about, like, how can you network in this new environment with you know, with COVID, and you can't meet people face to face. What I have found over the past year is that networking has become exceptionally easier in so many ways. Like, what I really miss brand innovator events in person, because honestly, they're fantastic for networking. But in lieu of that, pretty much anyone I've asked for a 15-minute Zoom call has said yes. And I have been able to build my network significantly over the last year and hear from people and learn from people in ways that weren't really possible when you're in an office in New York, and going to grab coffee is like an hour to hour and a half to do, and no one has time to leave their desks anyways. And before COVID, like, no one was going to get on a video call with you or pick up the phone and actually talk to you on the phone. Whereas now people are so willing to do that. So I think that, like, instead of seeing this period as like all the things we can't do, thinking of all the things that are now possible, because people are so open to getting on Zoom calls and getting on the phone and FaceTiming. Obviously, I'm a strong believer in video chat from the start. That's why I launched it on BaubleBar's site. But like, now it's finally caught up, and everyone will talk to you, but only if you ask. So even if you are in a matrix environment like Hilton and you want to talk to your boss's boss or whoever else, someone on a completely different team, go ask. They're not going to come seek you out. Unless you ask, you won't get that meeting. The worst that can happen is that they ghost you or they don't respond, and then you just ask again. Don't be shy. Keep asking.
I hope that resonates with the audience today. It's a lot to think about, to your point before, what you can't do this day and age with work from home, but definitely Zoom presents a great opportunity for everyone. Matt, you mentioned you're taking advantage of Zoom as well. You're mentoring others, and you talk about trying to, for your own development, developing as sort of diverse set of opinions and experiences as possible. How does that sort of help your career trajectory and your growth personally? Are you still able to sort of develop these sort of mini networks that we discussed?
Yeah, I mean, I think for myself personally, I think about it as a bit of a personal board of directors, and you want different people with different skill sets. So I have folks that I turn to that are internal former bosses, people that I trust and know, and they know me. I think that's really important, that people you're looking to for mentorship, you have some relationship with them. I also have people who are peers, so folks that are more at a similar place in careers, so you can kick things around. You can have a little bit of a different discussion with people like that. And then it's also important for me to have internal and external connections. So people that I have relationships with that don't work at the same company as I do, and can provide different perspectives. Given how nonlinear my career has been, extremely nonlinear, and I think all of us on here have had somewhat a level of nonlinearity in our career paths, and how fast the industry is changing, it's important to get different viewpoints, because there may be some job or some opportunity that I haven't thought about that somebody else could help uncover for me, or help me think about things a little bit differently, because you just get so bogged down in your job and your day to day that sometimes it's hard to come up for air. And having those external relationships, really matters in different levels, just to give you that perspective. So, what's the point of a mentor if they're going to tell you everything you think about yourself to begin with? You need the people who are going to tell you things that make you think, or make you think about the world a little bit differently. And that's really helped. And I think, like everyone, one of the benefits of all this is it's in some ways easier to connect with folks. Virtually, it's created a little bit of a different norm where we can jump on a phone call or a Zoom call, even for 15 minutes, to just quick connect. I talked to one of my friends who works at a different company now on the phone this morning when he was dropping off at daycare, just in between stuff. And I think that's a good thing that should hopefully persist and helps to form and maintain those strong connections.
I hope it persists, and especially within the brand innovators community. You just got to take advantage of every means, whether it's events like this or sort of one-offs after this. It's great to keep that conversation going and get as many diverse ideas as possible. Hedy, you mentioned that you mentioned brand innovators before, and these sort of networking events have been a great sort of positive influence on your own knowledge when you're creating business plans and strategy. What has worked best with you, in your opinion, with sort of brand innovators, and how are you taking what's worked for you in the past and trying to apply that now?
Yeah, definitely. When I first got promoted into a managerial role, I will never forget what the owner of that company told me. And he said, the higher up you go, the more alone you get, but the more you're expected to know. And at that moment in time, I was like, wow, that's a really dark comment. And then you progress in your career and you're like, it's so true. And so finding ways to get people to mentor you, because you are supposed to bring the thought leadership within your own company, and you're getting mentorship to, from your peers and your bosses to some extent, but you're for me, I have to figure out tech, and that's not necessarily taught in my company. We're a pizza company. And so groups like Brand Innovators have been really awesome, because especially when the pandemic started, I joined a few roundtables and was able to meet some really interesting people. And I think, Alan, you're on, I saw your name come up in the chat, so I'll give you a shout out. I met Alan, who works at Church's Chicken, and now we meet every now and then to discuss kind of the innovations that we're working on. And there's a lot of overlap, and we'll swap stories about what's working, what's not. And it's just so amazing to have a network like that where you can go to people and say, okay, I've tried this, it's failed, or what are you doing that's successful? Or, oh, wow, you're maybe 6 months ahead in this project that I'm working on, like, give me some watch out. So I think kind of like when Nina's saying, the COVID world has really opened the span of what you can do with mentorship, especially outside of your area. You're no longer limited to, okay, I'm in Portland, who's 30 minutes near me, who would spare 2 hours to drive and meet with me. So yeah, it's just been really great to be able to use the roundtable especially and meet people and ask to meet, right? Because that doesn't happen organically anymore. So actually reaching out and saying, can I have a little bit of your time? And it's worked really well for me.
Have others in the panel today sort of have a similar experience or thought as Hedy, sort of as you've progressed, more limited options to find mentors and maybe find advocates? So did you have to find yourselves having to change your approach, or look outside of your organization, find more professional networks, or reach out to others in other industries?
I mean, Matt, you said it, but I saw all of our heads nod. The board of directors approach, I think, is amazing. I think early in my career, I was like, oh, I need to find the mentor. And I think just the reality is, I'm not trying to be like that person. I'm trying to be the best me I can be in my career. And so that board of directors approach has helped me a lot. For me, I've got a very close-knit board of directors, and I can talk about, balancing being a husband and a dad with this group and with work. I can talk about, hey, the comp structure looks like this. What do you think about that? And then I call them my board of advisors, and these are folks that come in and out at different points in my career. Maybe they're critical for a certain role I'm in, or they're helping me to get to this next place. So that's how I kind of use both the board of directors, which is I can talk about anything, and then the advisors, where it's a little bit more specific to the role I'm in.
I appreciate the insight. I think it's definitely helpful for those listening, trying to figure out what can I do now when my whole world has been turned upside down. I don't get access to my bosses or see people at the water cooler or in the elevator. But I think the one takeaway when it comes to advocating for yourself is you got to go out and do it, and no one's gonna reach out to you to be your mentor. You really got to find these opportunities and jump on them now. And it seems that with Zoom, there really is no excuse.
Yeah, and ask your managers for help as well. Like, I mean, if you're junior in your career starting out, definitely ask if there's someone you could be paired with. And this is what I'm looking for in a mentor. If there are personal attributes that, maybe you want a female mentor because you're female, or maybe you're looking for someone who has complementary skills because you're looking to understand how you can navigate into that space. And so, so using others who can help connect you with people can also be a way to help navigate. A little challenging or intimidating.
I want to sort of expand on mentorship and finding allies. And more organizations are investing time, resources, people to sort of formalize a lot of these things that all of us have been doing sort of by ourselves and crafting these advisory groups or sort of your personal board of directors. I know both Papa Murphy's and American Airlines have more formal programs now. Hedy, you were telling me about something called Year of the Manager as a sort of career ladder and growth opportunity. Can you sort of tell us about that? And do you think it applies to any organization out there, or something really only your org can operate?
Yeah, certainly. I definitely think it's something that can be universal. And when you think about it, people in leadership really, especially your manager level, your director levels, they are the ones executing the strategy, and they're also leading the people and mentoring the people who are doing all the work. And so you have to invest in that layer of people. And I think for a lot of us, maybe the panel can resonate, as you are put in these roles and you're faking it till you make it to some extent. And with the program that Papa Murphy's implemented, Year of the Manager, it's a focus on everybody in a managerial role at the corporate office, but also in the stores. So we do have 1,300 stores. And I think that's the really cool part about it is that it really does extend to every level. If you're a franchise or if you're multi-unit, if your stores are not successful, the corporate office is not successful and vice versa. And so what I've really liked about and it's a pretty new program, but what I really like about it so far is I think as a company, you can give resources, you can give books, you can give conferences or, online tutorials, but you just get so much fatigue from doing it on your own. And the benefit comes from bringing people together and discussing it. So we have these virtual sessions, of course, they're all virtual these days, but where you come together and discuss different topics. And it's really great area for mentorship. Just a week or two ago, we talked about vulnerability, and it was really empowering to hear leaders within the company speak up about areas where they're vulnerable, because you realize, wow, everybody is struggling with it. And so it makes you more comfortable to talk about it. And so I think for companies trying to do stuff like this, it's not only do you need to build the program and the resources, because it's hard for people to make your professional development is so important, but not everybody builds time for that. And so the more as a company that you can build out some type of program and bring people together, of course, a lot of it is on our own to go and develop ourselves, but I've seen really good results from it so far.
Yeah, and Heidi, I really relate to the piece around building time for it, because I've had a number of sort of mentees that I've been mentoring and through formal programs, but you really get out what you put in. There are some mentees that I have that are actively bringing questions or setting up time on my calendar or whatnot, and others who are like, I'm just so busy, and they don't prioritize it. And you try to tell them, you're like, you've got to prioritize this. I understand you've got so much work on your plate, but prioritizing yourself is so important. And you really have to kind of look at, your time and how much are you spending on yourself, doing other, your work and your own development. And so that would be just, I guess my advice is put, if you're a part of a program, first raise your hand to be a part of it. Second, put the time in and prioritize that even amongst, crazy work.
I'd like to raise a question that was submitted. I think it relates to what we were just talking about with, from formalized programs, I guess, within orgs and, building a network of mentors and advisors may not necessarily need to stay at your org, but Mike from the audience stated or asked, our CMO just left and I feel like I lost a guiding light in my marketing career. Is it fitting that I want to move on and join a company where I can gain another mentor?
I threw a quick response back to Mike. My 2 cents would be, someone said this early in my career, like come to work to get paid, you keep coming to work to get fulfilled. And so that fulfillment's the driver. And if that person was a key piece of that to you, can you find that fulfillment from another person or another group in your organization? Can you find that from an outside source like Brand Innovators or elsewhere to fill that void? And if the answer is no through all that, then yeah, you go be happy. If it's not, you're not happy where you are, go make, life's too short for that.
I can also relate to that though as well. I mean, we've had a lot of, leadership change and, exactly what Ben said, but also, I've stayed in touch with this person, so if they're open to it, just because they've left doesn't mean that, maybe they wouldn't be open to continuing to mentor, to work with you. So, don't discount that as a possibility if you had, a great relationship.
So Matt or Nina, anything you'd like to add to answer the question from Mike?
No, I think these guys hit it. I mean, you stay at a company long enough, all your friends are going to leave you eventually, I feel like. So it's a great way to fill up your external board of directors. Is I have a lot of my really good friends that have left J&J and have gone on to do other things or take different opportunities for all sorts of different reasons, as people do. Stay in touch with them, and it's actually, you could have a very different and interesting relationship where you can hear about, what are the challenges they're dealing with, and really learn and get some different perspectives. So, but I think you have to ask yourself if you're only there because of one person, that's not a good thing necessarily if you're not enjoying the work, but look for ways to be fulfilled. And if that means somewhere else, then so be it. But I wouldn't necessarily follow one person, because I think that, you know, people will always move and change jobs in your career, and you have to be really excited about what you're doing personally at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think 1 year of my career, or in a 2-year span, I had 4 different bosses, and then another 2-year span, I had 3 different bosses. And so, like, in that startups, big companies, people move around so much, and that's why I think it's so important to have mentors within the company and out of the company, so that you can continue to find that guidance that you need from the people around you. But what everyone else said is right. If you're not finding fulfillment in your career there, like, that's the bigger issue, even if that one person is left.
Thank you for the input. I think there's some other questions coming on the sort of Q&A tab, talking about sort of development. And here's one. I'll have Amy kick us off with this one. What skills do you want to develop this year, and potentially skills that you want your mentees, or I guess maybe even teammates, to have?
Skills. So resiliency, I think, is probably one on everybody's list. I think it's been challenging no matter what industry you're in, and has been super important. But also, I would say, I don't know the exact right word for this, but like, I appreciate people who are just taking initiative, who see problems and are problem solvers, and are finding ways to plug gaps, because things have changed rapidly, and you know, I think organizations are catching up in terms of how the structures are then mirroring sort of what is happening for the new foreseeable future. But yeah, don't be afraid to just take on more and raise your hand and come with solutions, because I guarantee you, like, managers, they're just looking for those team members and leaders who are willing to step up, rise to the occasion, and those, you know, will be the future leaders.
Before we move on to the next topic, sort of about self-enrichment, you know, we have a lot of free time. Actually, sometimes maybe not as much free time as we want during COVID, you know, to sort of dive into, you know, there's a lot of self-directed courses out there. You can have things from Coursera to, you know, General Assembly. And then there's formalized programs like MBA programs. So I would love to get your perspective for those listening, thinking about, how do I use this time to enrich myself, or maybe make a change personally or professionally? And I know Matt and Amy went down the MBA route, and just to some extent, it's important for them to grow at their organizations and in the industry. But I would like to sort of starting off with Matt and Amy, like, how do I say this? What do you think the impact has been on having an MBA and going to graduate school for your career? And what are the key considerations a listener should keep in mind on sort of deciding for themselves?
Yeah, I'll qualify this with, for me, it was a good decision. So where I was in my career, I was making a pretty massive career switch. It helped me, you know, going to get an MBA helped essentially give me the vocabulary, the language, some of the skills and foundations in marketing, and helped sort of refine what I wanted to do, because marketing itself is a incredibly broad term. It can mean 1,000 different things, but helped me zoom in on, this is the type of work I want to do. This is the type of industry I want to be in. And for me, it was really helpful for that. But is it a requirement for everybody? No, I think you have to think about what skills are you looking to develop? What skills do you have today? And where do you want to be? So, and then what's the bridge to get from point A to point B? For some people, yeah, it could be graduate school. It's also incredibly expensive and not something you should just do, because very quickly it doesn't matter on your resume. Like the fact that you got an MBA, I have one on my resume, but people are going to look at my last couple jobs way before they care that I have an advanced degree. If I'm not doing relevant work, I'm not a qualified candidate above a certain level. I think it can get you in the door. It can help in terms of, you know, depending on where companies recruit. And we had this discussion beforehand around, you know, can it be good? Well, yeah, I mean, depending on the organization, some organizations almost exclusively recruit out of business schools. So if you want to get into that place, then yeah, you have to be there, but it's 100% not required. You work with great people that have them and great people that don't. It sort of doesn't matter. It just depends on what you need personally in your journey.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that for sure. I went down the MBA route. I went probably the less traditional route. I mean, this was maybe 10 years ago as well. So before online was really even, I think online school is really that big. So it was a hybrid of online classes as well as in-person learning. And for me, it was a helpful gap to round out my resume in that I had an agency background and a communications degree, but really wanted more of a solid business foundation. All those accounting and finance classes, which, everyone loves, right? So for me, it helped to round that out. But like Matt said, it's expensive and it's a huge time commitment. So, it's great if you're looking to change industries. I think taking time to do it at an in-person level, like that's where you get a lot of networking opportunities too. So, that's, if that's what you're looking for, or if you're just, again, for me, it was more of a personal achievement and wanting to know, that I had different doors maybe opened if at certain companies, but I would say like it depends on the company culture as well. I did it while I was still at the agency so that I would get that experience because, to what Matt said, experience is just as valuable, if not more important. So that hybrid for me really worked well. And so, yeah, I would just, encourage anybody looking at it to really understand what are they looking to get out of it before they, just think that it's something that they need to put as a badge on their resume.
Nina, what are your thoughts on this? When we talked about this idea, you talked about leaning on your professional network to fill in the gaps on, knowledge or technical skills with someone else who's knowledgeable and one-on-one, more one-to-one. Do you think that's another sort of alternative route people should consider?
I think it depends on the situation. I mean, I will be incredibly honest with everyone here. Sometimes I do have a bit of imposter syndrome because I don't have an MBA after starting my own business with someone else, with a partner. That partner went to go get his MBA and I decided to go work for a startup because that's how I wanted to learn. And I was really concerned about getting saddled with like crazy student loans in debt because I went to the University of Florida. I had a full scholarship, so I didn't come out of school in debt. And I was concerned to then have to make career choices after getting my MBA in order to pay off that debt, as opposed to going down the route of like picking roles based on what they were and not having to worry quite as much about salary. So I did let fear get in the way a little bit there, but at the same time, I think it also really worked out because I learned so much from building my own business and then working for another startup and building that from the ground up, so that when I did get to Hilton, I had a much different story than everyone around me. Like, yes, a lot of my colleagues had MBAs, but I think that my experience was also really important to the work that I did. I'll always wonder, like, if I'd gone to do that, where would my career path have taken me? But I'm sitting in an overwater villa in the Maldives right now, so I think that I've made good decisions.
I'm so incredibly jealous. I just want to let that be known. I'm very jealous of you, Nina.
And especially too, like companies like American, we're so operational and frontline team focused too. Like we have so many individuals that come up from either like frontline type experience and rise through the ranks. And that experience is just as valuable as any sort of formal schooling. So, keep that in mind, again, depending on the industry or where you may be looking at.
So Ben or Hetty, have you guys education sort of resources? I know your respective organizations have provided you guys sort of coaching opportunities for you to provide help to others or gain coaching, or even like some self-directed programs. Have you guys leaned into any of the sort of educational or enrichment opportunities your organizations have offered through the years?
Do you want to go for it?
Yeah, I'll jump in and maybe just try to bridge it from the last conversation. Just share a little story is when I went from agency side to client side, I was studying to hopefully get my MBA, and career change, I decided to not pursue it. But when I came, quote, client side, for my first 6 months, I tried to like fit in. I tried to like talk in ways that I saw the MBA people talking in my cohort, if you will. And I was probably one of the most unhappiest in my career there. And then I realized, wait a minute, they didn't hire me because I have an MBA. I don't have an MBA. They didn't hire me to be a financial wizard. I'm not a financial wizard. They hired me for my innovation, my big thinking, my front end innovation work that then allows me to hand it off to someone who's really great at operating the business. And then when I found my sweet spot, then I was also flipped. I was never happier in my career when I was doing that. So I think that's like, Matt, you kicked it off great, which was like, for me, that was the right path, you know, but I think everyone's different here.
Yeah, and I would add to that, I think I've also toyed with the idea of higher education and getting my MBA, and up until maybe 3-4 years ago, that was the route I wanted to take. And I had a really good conversation actually with my boss, and he was like, do you really want to exit? You could do it at the same time as you work, or do you really want to exit and like lose your salary and the experience that you would gain? And that really woke me up, and I'm glad I haven't yet. It might be something that I do, but Amy, to your point, I think it is so in person. I wouldn't want to do it online. If you're going to pay that much, I would want to have that in-person camaraderie and experience. So for me personally, I haven't gone that route yet, but a lot of the development that has come my way has been twofold. One is just picking out people who I like and respect, and just trying to emulate what they do without them teaching you it. But I think if we all look around, whether it's in our own organizations, or I volunteered for a nonprofit for the past couple of years, even finding that route and looking at people who are doing great work in a very different type of sector. Or I would say, the second way is reading a lot of books. There's so much great content out there, and being able to figure out what other people have done. Like one of my favorite books is Measure What Matters. I'm not sure if anyone has read that, but that really changed the way I approach my work, and being much more goal-oriented with my work, and even personally, and in the nonprofit I work for, and in my role at Papa Murphy's. So, there's formal education, and then there's old school books, and they can be really empowering as well.
So question to the larger group, whether it's graduate degrees or any other traditional like must-have that we're checking up the box for filtering applicants, or oftentimes a company will talk about cultural fit. Do you think a lot of the old prerequisites are on their way out because they're potentially are limiting your talent pool if you're looking in the same sort of places again and again? Or do you think some of these prerequisites that may have existed, or sort of we'll call them legacy prerequisites, could be sort of limiting to an organization's diversity or inclusion efforts?
Definitely. I mean, as I'm looking at candidates, I don't look for their MBA. Like that's like someone was saying, it's at the bottom of the resume anyways. Mm-hmm. And it's not, I'm looking at what they're doing right now and where they're at. So, while they definitely, I think, serve a purpose and serve a role, and there's, I think, formal recruitment programs for kind of the everyday positions that we're looking at. It's finding a well-rounded individual who has the right creative and innovative experience, that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we recruited business schools, we recruited undergrad, but I'm not filtering for that necessarily. I'm looking for the qualities, like we're saying here. I'm looking for candidates who are curious, that are, developing themselves, that are staying on the cutting edge, that are doing interesting work. That's what I'm looking for, and kind of an attitude, and what type of colleague, employee, worker would they be? MBA does not filter it too far. That's a pretty upper funnel filter. When you really get down to it, it can mean a million things.
With recruiting and if growing your team of from junior to even more senior team members, how has sort of Zoom interviewing, doing Zoom via business, what are the main challenges now when you're trying to find that right person? Because I've always been one that I need to be in the room with someone to better understand who they are, what the opportunity is. So how is this changed how you're hiring and finding partners even?
It's definitely different. I think it's better than maybe you would expect going into it, but you lack some of that human connection element that helps, I think, in an interview setting, especially if it's someone you don't know. But I've done interviews over Zoom, interviewing candidates and things like that over the last year or so, and I think it's gone well. But you have to have a conscious effort to try to form some sort of connection early on and break the ice so it doesn't feel like a just run-of-the-mill Zoom call, because you are trying to assess a lot more than just their answers. You're trying to understand who they are. But I would say it's gone better than I would have expected, like a lot of Zoom interactions, but it's certainly a challenge.
Well, not just the interview. I wonder how it is starting in a company virtually and not being in the office. I haven't had that experience quite yet, but that's interesting as well. And like you said, Matt, the interview thing hasn't been too much of a barrier so far, but as new hires then come into the office, how do you teach them the culture? How do you network? How do you have those hallway conversations? It's just a challenge getting into company.
So would your advice?
We've sorry, Adam.
No, I was
going to say we've interviewed and hired so many people during the pandemic, and it really has been interesting working with those team members, because I feel for them, because when you're in the office, you have that rapport, people's personalities, and you don't have to, when it's video, it's much more of a performative and it's guessing and trying to, read people's tones. And so what I found help in training and connecting with people is, as it takes more time, but actually picking up the phone and talking to them and just trying to get to know them as people a little bit more, and not just, because I think when you show up to video calls, like you're not, that small talk is not there. Everybody just kind of jumps straight to work. And so, we just building that time to say hi and how are you doing, and taking a little bit of an extra minute to get to know them has been really helpful with onboarding.
Yeah, I imagine what we were talking about earlier, where you have to really lean in and be your own advocate and find people to be your mentors. Maybe that's a little bit easier to do that when we were going into the office beforehand. We had some sort of relationship, even if it was a superficial relationship with that individual. But I can imagine the anxieties of starting a brand new organization, then trying without ever seeing these people in person to find allies or ways to educate yourself. So Ben, do you have any sort of best practices you would share for someone just starting at a new org, never met anyone before? How can they stay engaged and put themselves in a position to succeed?
Yeah, just a couple quick thoughts here. I know we're getting close on time. Is you do you? It's commonly said, like, just whatever it is you are, you do you. And an example I'll give that really hit home for me, I was on a call with some bankers in a startup, and we were trying to get some seed money, and it's pretty intense conversation. And we had people in different time zones, and the person in Amsterdam went on mute, video still showing, picked up his, I would guess, 3-year-old son, put him on his shoulder, rubbed his back, because it's nighttime there. And I was like, whoa, I'm in this person's home right now, and he's comforting his child. And I think there's just a moment of back to the discussion, whether it's a Zoom coffee talk or just reach out, to Nina's point, if you reach out now more than ever, people are going to accept your call and accept your Zoom. And I would just encourage people to do that and help them. You help them too. And, we'll figure this out together.
So before we do a little more Q&A, I sort of wanted to use the last few minutes here as an opportunity for you guys to sort of highlight whether it's any people, projects, or other campaigns you've worked on that really stand out in your careers. It could be something you're really proud of, or that sort of was an educational moment for you that you used as a blueprint to grow later on in your careers. Nina, let's start with you. Was there anything in particular to your career that really was an aha, and you took those lessons with you and applied that today?
I think there are a lot of moments like that. But I think my biggest takeaway is even when things happen that seem not positive in the moment, like challenges arise, usually good comes out of it, like as long as we approach it calmly and like with positivity. So I think some of my biggest career changes and best career changes have come out of negative situations, whether it was like what happened in 2008 and impacted many people. Like I never would have gone out and started my own business if not for what happened with the nonprofit that I was working for, and figure out that I did not want to work in nonprofits. I wanted to build businesses. And this year, obviously, hospitality is like a really difficult place to be during a pandemic. But 2020 was one of the best years ever for me. I was able to move to Georgia and work on the election and have my vote count and actually like cure ballots and start a few side businesses and accept a consulting gig around the world that I never would have been able to do had I not faced challenges in 2020. So for me, what could have been a really awful year ended up being really positive, but I think that's because I was willing to see the good side of like everything that happened and like figure out how to just get through it. And I think in business, people really appreciate that because it impacts a team a lot when you're able to just see the positive side of things. So stay positive is my takeaway.
Amy, what about you? Air travel, I think, is facing similar headwinds as well. But you guys are shifting, being dynamic. Does what Nina said resonate with you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been with American about 10 years now, and so I think what prepared me for now was the mergers, the bankruptcies, all of those other experiences, which were very painful to go through, but actually taught me a lot about people, a lot about how to lead a team through uncertainty, how to deal with change management, how to keep people inspired and motivated. And so, I don't think we ever thought that this was going to be quite, like it has been in the past. So it has been, challenging even as leaders to do that. But I think all of those experiences, while, they had their own challenges, like see it for what it's worth, that having been through those challenging experiences, you will have grown as a leader or have grown as a team member, and you'll take that with you however you lead in the future.
So Ben, I want to go to you next because it also links to a question Lauren asked about sort of purpose marketing and what Amy was just mentioning, looking at sort of taking the human element of things. And when we talked before this, you mentioned a big part of what sort of shaped your career and your approach to branding is looking at the sort of the human experience. Yeah. And can you tell us a little about that and sort of is that what you would define today as sort of purpose marketing these days?
Yeah, I'll give you the high level version of that. Is was working for Miller Coors, Molson Coors, and we knew what we called our UX very well, our user experience. So where our beers and our drinkers would interact and transact together. We knew our CX, our consumer experience, really well. Beers and drinkers interact within the brand worlds that we'd create for them. But we kind of said, well, what's the next layer? And we called that the HX, or the human experience. And this was like, hey, drop the marketing jargon. Like, do we know people? Do we understand humans? Because if we do, then we're going to be better marketers on our CX and our UX. And so it was really leading edge research on, women in beer, bifurcation, going across the United States, the idea of polyculturalism and how to bring representation, not only into marketing, but into our workplace. And so a lot of really powerful work, innovation pipeline work was great. But I think just the idea of what I took from that is humanizing business. And just like, I'm not Ben the marketer, I'm Ben the dad and the husband and the kid and the son and the guy that likes sneakers too. And like, I'm a human. So like we're brand people building brands to people. Let's not forget that was like the big, like, I know it's surface level stuff, but it's like sometimes I think as marketers, by nature, we put people in boxes. age this, gender this, and go on, income, whatever, attitudinal studies. And so just let's not put people in boxes. Let's just market to people.
Yeah, I saw the question in the chat, and I couldn't agree more. I think its purpose being table stakes is more a product of being consumer centric. If you really consider who your consumer is and what matters to them, you probably find yourself in that space. For us, I work on our baby business, and last year, new parents still had to go to the hospital during a pandemic, and that's incredibly scary. So if all I did was talk about shampoo, it would be pretty tone deaf and flat. So we decided we need to talk about what are the things you need to ask your doctor before you go to the hospital? Can your partner be in the delivery room with you? Like, these are things that matter to our consumers. And if you're truly consumer centric, you talk about the stuff that matters to your consumers. And it may lead you to purpose, maybe it doesn't, but I think you start there. And for us, it's been, it's really guided a lot of our thinking. But I just had to add on to Ben's points there. I totally agree.
So as we wind down, I wanted to give the panel an opportunity to answer some other questions. So we talked about purposeful marketing, and obviously having to be dynamic and change your leadership style and continue to advocate for yourself during COVID. But thinking about how you're leading your team, what has been the most pronounced change you guys have seen so far this year? Hetty, do you want to kick this one off?
Sure. I think the most pronounced change is motivation through a screen. It's personal lives, work. I think we're all going through a lot in the past year, and being able to still motivate your team remote is one of the biggest challenges. And at the same time, being understanding that, like Ben was saying, when you talk to people, you're in their homes, and you have to be cognizant of the fact that, okay, I'm seeing you in a different light, and how do I still set you up for success? So I think, it goes back to what I was saying Papa Murphy's is doing, which is investing in training for people remote and bringing people together, actually building time for it, but also as a team, again, Ben, you were saying kind of like the HX of marketing, but for us, we have to remember that we're working with people. And so it's like, how do we remember that and build time to connect and find common ground or find ways to motivate each other, not only for your team, but for your superiors, for your end customers, for us who are in a franchise corporation, the owners at the end of the day who are the most important. So, and it all comes back to building that time to connect and see how people are, where they are, how they're doing, and match them where they are and not expect them to match you where you are. I think is one of the biggest challenges of this year is, figuring out, where people are and how you can support them.
So whether it's been, finding a way forward this year, empowering your team, still growing your own businesses, or, looking back at your own career development, has there been a role model? It could be a historical figure, someone you look to, even out of our industry, who you guys have been trying to sort of emulate or take best practices from?
I can jump in here. For me, it was in my career, my mom was my inspiration because she reinvented herself so many times and taught me not to be scared of trying something new and reinventing. Like, if I'm in an industry that's not speaking to me, try something new. So that adventurous spirit, I definitely get from her.
Yeah, love that. For me, it's similar. My dad was the first Feeney to graduate college, and my mom comes from a history of people having college and advanced degrees. So for me, it's just remembering that balance, and don't put labels on people, don't put people in boxes, has kind of been a driving motivator for me.
I would say for me, it's not necessarily a who, but a what. My family immigrated here when I was younger, and my mom and dad left their happy, successful lives purely so my sister and I could have a better chance to be who we wanted to be. And that's something that motivates me every day is to be curious and continue to grow and, learn different ways to push myself, because I might not have had the opportunity if my parents hadn't immigrated here. So that's my driving force.
Yeah, I'll continue that theme. My mom's an immigrant. My dad grew up in a family of steel mill workers in Pittsburgh, so very different than my life today. So I think it's important to stay grounded. I have a background of a blast furnace from a steel mill on my computer as a reminder of that. That I don't work in a factory because of the sacrifices they made, and there's a million people that influence. I think we're influenced by everyone we come in contact with: professors, coworkers, friends, family. But I'll just stick with the family theme, and those are certainly some driving forces for me.
Okay, then I'll go different then. I want someone who's been really influential for me was our former VP. So like Mike, she recently left, and so that was, she was someone who taught me a lot about leadership. She was a great leader and taught me how to also be a great leader and navigate big organizations and be an inspiring and thoughtful leader, who really cared about her team. So she's someone who, like I said, I'm not going to let her go, but she's been someone who's been influential on me in my career.
Isabel, how are we on time? I think we're
out of it.
We're out of time. Okay.
Not to cut you guys off. I mean, those were all really, really great responses to everything. And I'm really glad we could bring you all back to highlight also this year's awards process. And it's really great to see kind of where everyone is for those that have been, nominated and award recipients in 2019, 2018, 2017. I don't know where everyone kind of lies there, but it's really great to see all your career progress and whether you're at the same company or a different company now, it's awesome. And this was all great advice for me personally, and I know for all of our viewers. So thank you all so much again, and I hope to see you back on the stage and see you nominating folks this year. So yeah, thank you all so much. And we are going to be moving now into an amazing, actually pre-recorded session with some of our community in Europe. So we want to highlight some of our marketing innovators across the globe, including in the EU. So we are going to be hearing a session from Julie Yuffie, who is the General Manager and Head of Growth Markets in Europe for Anheuser-Busch, as well as her colleague, Dries Mertens, who is the Managing Director of Draftline, also part of Anheuser-Busch. So we are going to be listening to that session now, and I will be back at the end.
People that are going to be talking to you are what great stories they have to tell. So before we crack on, let me just briefly introduce myself. So I'm Rick Jones. I work for a company called Adform. We are a platform for modern marketers. We run campaigns and manage data across the globe. We have 30 offices around the world, and we compete with the likes of Adobe and Google and Trade Desk. Of course, we just do it that bit better, and we're very, in fact, we're entirely independent. So that's us, Adform. And without further ado, let's meet the panelists today. So we have Julie and we have Dries, and I want to start actually by asking Julie, if that's okay, if you could just tell us a little bit about AB InBev for anyone who doesn't know just how wonderful and impressive this company is, and what's the purpose of AB InBev? What would you say?
Sure. So good morning, everyone in the US. Good afternoon, everyone in Europe. Thank you for having me. I'm Julie Yuffie. As you can hear, I'm not natively European, but I am based in Brussels. And for anyone who doesn't know, AB InBev is the world's greatest brewer. We are, in more than 50 countries worldwide, and we brew beloved brands like Budweiser, which is an image of the St. Louis brewery behind me, Corona, and Stella Artois. And recently I took over the role as the head of our growth markets in Europe, which is 32 plus markets stretching as far north as the Nordics, down to Greece, Portugal, Cyprus, Central, Eastern Europe, Poland, Austria, Switzerland. So it's a lot of fun. But prior to this, I was the head of marketing for Europe and the Middle East, and very pleased to have had the amazing opportunity to work with Dries and some other great talents in Europe to build Draftline, which is our internal creative powerhouse, as well as lead our initiatives through the COVID pandemic last year. So we're very proud of these, which we'll talk about in a little bit, because I think they are great examples of us bringing our mission to life, which is all about bringing people together for a better world. So I think I answered your question.
I think you did brilliantly. Yeah, that was great. Thank you. So Dries, how about you? If you could just tell us a bit about yourself and your role, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, Rick, and hi, everyone. So yes, actually, Julie asked me about 2 years ago if I could join her team and build and start Draftline, which was then going to be our in-house advertising agency. And so today, we're almost at our second anniversary. We built it, and so we are now having around 50 employees. So we're adding another 15, I think, this year. But we also work with a lot of freelancers, like around 70 freelancers. And we take on, last year, we took on 650 briefs from our teams versus 100 the year before. So we have a very exponential growth. And before Julie asked me, I was already at ABMF, but I was leading marketing for one of our direct-to-consumer businesses in Europe. If that answers your question as well.
That really does, yeah. Amazing. And we're going to come back to Draftline a bit later, I'm sure, because that's a very, very interesting story. We also, of course, want to talk inevitably today about the last 12 months for you as a business. And, you know, as you said, you are enormous in size. You have some of the world's most iconic brands in terms of beer and brewing. How has the last 12 months been for you? Because I understand you've got quite a lot to tell. There's been a lot going on. Is that right?
We do. And again, you know, we'll go back and forth between us because this was an enormous effort, I would say. As I mentioned earlier, right, our purpose is about bringing people together for a better world. And in the early stages, I would say, of the pandemic, we basically had to pivot, like many others, very, very quickly. And it would not have been possible had we not brought some of the capabilities and talent that Draftline brings into our business in the year before. So we changed basically the plans for more than 40 brands overnight. And that required an immense amount of ownership, I would say, kind of a roll up your sleeves, if you will, attitude, but more importantly, consumer centricity and proximity. Because in order to change, we really had to have at the fore our consumers, our customers, and our communities in mind. And had we not had that capability in-house, the speed that was needed and the insight probably would not have been as easily accessible to us. So the way we approached this, we had three kind of key missions, right? The first, which was, if you guys can even remember this far back, at the beginning in Europe, there was a lack of supply of PPE. So our first concern was community safety and protection. And we said, okay, what can we do, right? We're about bringing people together in the better world. And so we actually converted alcohol from beer into hand sanitizer and disinfecting liquid, hospital grade that could be distributed across Europe. And I'm very proud to say that in a matter of a week or so, we delivered more than 3 million containers of disinfectant and hand sanitizer to frontline services. We did this in more than 20 countries. We built healthcare facilities. We even donated ad space with our partners. So as you know, we have lots of media. We repurposed all the media with FIFA to deliver messaging in communities. So first front, was protection. And all of the artwork, the messaging, the insight, et cetera, came through the team that Dries leads as well. Then the second wave, which I'm super excited to talk about, was really about how we impact communities. And with that, as many of you know, as pubs closed, as restaurants closed, there's been a tremendous impact to this industry. The industry employs millions of people. When the bars and pubs aren't open, they're not working. They need, money on the table, et cetera. So what we did was with Dries' team I think from start to finish, the first rollout was a week. We basically created a digital platform where consumers could immediately go and support their local pubs, buying a beer. The money would be immediately funneled to the pub. So that provided an immediate impact into the industry. Consumers had received a voucher that they could redeem for beer. We topped it up. And because this was done using the technological prowess of the Draftline team, we were able to roll this out globally into 21 countries and deliver millions and millions of dollars into the industry. And if you guys will indulge us later, I think we have a very short video clip of how this comes to life, which we can show. But immensely proud of our ability to walk the talk and impact communities. And again, none of this would have been possible had we not had a team internally that understood our business, understood the need, had the technical capability to really be able to pivot.
That's so
piece that I think, just one last point, sorry, Rick, is that we were able to, eventually transfer from that kind of fear stage into one where we were really trying to care for our consumers. And as the months wore on and they're still here, right? And people are stuck at home, we know that consumers' mental well-being was very, very important. And again, using the same team, we were able to address our marketing assets, so to speak, using the classic Budweiser What's Up iconic campaign to be able to use this to deliver a message of taking care of your buds, so to speak, and making sure you're looking out for your friends. So again, tremendous effort by this team. Couldn't be prouder, but a lot of it was made possible by the foundations that were laid the year before when we started to build Draftline.
The government order.
And this is the video.
The immediate closure of almost all the places we go to for leisure.
Cafes, pubs, bars.
When pub landlords face their worst fears.
We'd like to believe that we come through the other side of this. We really, really, really do.
We stepped up to the challenge to help them. Our idea? Save Pub Life, an initiative designed to help pubs get the money they need. Buy a gift card to use when they reopen, and we'll match it with a donation. So you could support your local pub with double the money. In just 1 week, we created a unique platform from which pubs could join and people could buy gift cards from. And we didn't just offer Save Pub Life to bars that serve our beer. We supported all pubs, giving every landlord the tools to encourage people to buy gift cards for them. Pre-populated social media posts, emails, and videos gave pubs content to instantly reach out. Every week, new executions were created to share advice from top-performing pubs. Save Pub Life soon exploded. 1,500 pubs signed up, 20,000 gift cards sold, £1.2 million donated, and that's just in the UK. Save Pub Life soon spread to 21 countries, bringing in $11.5 million for 24,000 global venues and millions earned in media impressions.
It's been inspirational for us to see how supportive our customers have been.
This is the difference between keeping the bar open or not. Thank you.
But it wasn't just our presence in trade that grew stronger. Our reputation amongst consumers increased across the board. And unlike some, we showed real leadership in a time of need.
It's extraordinary. I mean, I was genuinely, when I learned about the things that you've done, blown away. It is actually phenomenal. You said to me, you practice your purpose as a brand and as a business, right? And that's one of the fundamentals which allowed you. And we'll come on to how Draftline was the second piece that enabled the agility to do that. But as a brand, you already had those values at heart and could respond. It wasn't a knee-jerk. You responded genuinely from the heart when you did this, right?
It's true. And again, I think the consumer proximity combined with the creativity in the team really is what made this happen. That, and of course, there's an ownership attitude, right? This was happening to all of us. And so you can imagine in a team that has lots of young people, right? Young, energetic people, some of whom are by themselves in their own apartments or with their roommates, right? People they probably didn't opt to spend all that time with in isolation, and the world is changing around them, to then immediately say, okay, wait, we can help, we can do something and use the platform for good is very inspiring. It's, it makes me so proud of the team and of what we can do. And I hope that that's a lasting thing that we've grown from and learned from through this pandemic, because I think being able to genuinely practice a better purpose in the world is what makes the difference between brands that you love and brands that just are.
And I think as well, Rick, that so when this happened, we didn't have a brief in Draftline, so there was no formal briefing to us like, oh guys, pubs are closed, what can we do? Because we are in the same building, we work together, like we get the same business updates, we see the same, or we get confronted with the same business problems as the marketing team or the supply team or the sales team would see. So automatically the team started thinking about ideas. We had a brainstorm, I remember it very well. And then very quickly we started interacting with other people. So there was no brief. And actually that happens a lot with us, that we don't receive briefs, but we sometimes write them ourselves internal. We say, okay, this is a business problem, this is something, let's start brainstorming around, let's start thinking about it. And the same happens now, with it, we're living in such a unpredictable times. When our pub's going to open again, we don't know. So all of those things, like, they help, and that's what we see often, that we don't get a brief, but that we just proactively come with proposals, and we interact with the marketing teams and with the wider business, which is an advantage of being in-house.
And what is it about the setup of Draftline that enables you to be just so agile? Because that what you make it sound easy, but it's obviously not.
Yeah.
You still work for a big company.
Easy, but it sounds afterwards. I mean, it was obviously a struggle, to get a platform live in a week, align the commercial teams, get the bars on board. It's not easy. But about the setup of Draftline. So we are Draftline Europe. So we are based out of London, and we serve around 40 brands across Europe, from Budweiser, Corona, Stella, but also some local ones such as Jupiler in Belgium, Lef in France, Beck's in Germany, and so on. So in total, it's around 40 brands. For that, we have, as I said, 50 people in the team, and they are in their different departments. So we have a more traditional planning and strategy and consumer understanding team that works closest with the business and with the marketing teams. Then we have a creative team with copywriters, art directors, and so on. And we have a production team with their own studio in the office. So we have our own basic studio to do quick, rapid productions, for which we do digital, out of home, TV. We've done all of them. And then we also have a digital media team. So all of the digital media in Europe is bought through Draftline. So we buy it ourselves. So we have basically media buyers sitting in the team that buy straight from those platforms, which is a great advantage, because I think the whole point is to bring those different departments closer together, so that there's less silos and they can work quicker, and iterate when there's opportunities such as Safe Pub Life, Comrise, they work together. So yeah, and I think what is good about Draftline as well is that we are craving creative talent, we are craving diverse profiles, and within Draftline, we're creating an environment for them to thrive within our bigger company. So they have different development and learning expectations. They crave sometimes maybe a bit more inspiration, autonomy. So with Draftline, so Julie allowed us to, create that space, not only also physical in the office, right? We have our own office that looks a bit different than our other offices. So, but yeah, which is a shame. We haven't used it since a long time now, but
it infects the overall organization with creativity, right? And at one point, Alvaro wrote in the notes to the panel. So some of our team members, as far away as Peru, we were able to move these ideas very quickly around the global organization, not just within Europe, because this spirit that Draftline brings. It infects the whole team, right? All the way through the marketing organization, all the way to other parts of the team, whether it's trade marketing, sales, et cetera. So it's a wonderful, it's been a wonderfully fruitful and powerful force within ABI.
So I imagine that a lot of that is based on culture, company culture, right? That you can only achieve that if you have the trust given to you by the leadership of the company that allows you to be creative and make mistakes and be agile and just to get on with it, knowing that you have the trust to do that.
Yes, that's very true. to be honest, when we started this, we had very little idea how is to run an agency and, you know, how to best get those people in on board and to work for our company. But the good thing was is that we had full confidence from Julie, from our CMO, from our CEO, even, you know, they're very supportive, and they gave me the autonomy to build it like as I would think would be the best way. So, and that autonomy, you know, gives you the flexibility to create something. So
also, it's helping us optimize, right? So I think, you know, now in Dree's team, there's new capabilities that have been brought on board that enable us to rapidly test and learn and execute so we can optimize faster than we've been doing before, which again works out again as an overall benefit to the organization and not something you can easily get when you're going outside. And another point on that, right? It's not like we jettison our agency partners. These are very, very valued partners in our business for a long time and will continue to be. So it's just a matter of giving them the space to be able to do what they do best, right? And big ideas and great executions and inspiration. I mean, they do so much with us, right? And that's not going away, but we've been able to add a whole other muscle set, so to speak, in the organization, and Dries and his team continue to evolve that and develop that and bring new creativity and new examples for us, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's often what, you know, people mistakenly say that, oh, this is competition with actually external agencies. It is not. We're adding things, you know, we're investing more in marketing, we're investing more in capabilities in-house. So it's not a zero-sum game at all, I think, for us, which is great. And then to Julie's point, it's about, you know, as digital becomes more important, you know, especially Safe Pub Life was digital only. So as that becomes more important, we need to break the silos that we have between those departments, between creative, media, and so on. Because all of us, too often, you know, the creative get given to the media and then it gets executed. And then we look again and 1 month later and we say, oh, well, how did the campaign do, right? And then, you know, surprise, we could have changed this. So that's what we're trying to change within the Draftline. So now when we do a campaign, we test more in advance. So the creatives work closely with the digital media team together to test things, to break those silos. And when campaigns are live, you know, not for all campaigns, but we do it more and more. We have daily stand-ups where the media team briefs the creatives and the production to say, look, we're seeing that this is working, this is not working. And they actually change the creative, adapt it as we go. And the results are just much better. So, and this is something I think is a capability that if we bring it in-house or if we have more control, yeah, that's the thing. So, and it's just an example of, you know, of why.
I think it's a fascinating example because as an industry, I think what you just described was always seen as being difficult to achieve because traditionally you'd have, with all due respect to my creative friends, creatives who didn't want to be told what you've just said, the feedback loop of what is and isn't working. You know, their notion of creativity is, well, this is my art and this is what I do, and here it is, a beautiful campaign. So, but have you had to, I don't know, hire a different type of creative, or how have you managed to achieve that?
It's a mindset shift. Sorry, of course, because not a lot of people are used to this. I think they're more used to it when you work in D2C or e-com because you have to. But for traditional branding, or it's not given. It's not always happening. But you know, the people that join us, they want something different. They want to have a new challenge, and this is part of the challenge. We have a very big ownership culture in ABI overall, and so we also try to get people in Draftline who have that same mentality and who want to do something new. You know, have the startup mentality, want to try new things. And so I haven't yet, you know, met a creative in our team that says like, oh no, I don't want to listen to the media guys. Also, they're a colleague, right? They're sitting next to each other. They're one part of Draftline team, so it would be quite rude, I think, if you would listen to someone else's opinion.
Also, I think if you think back to the many examples, right, and I keep coming back to COVID because I think it was a moment of like, we compressed a ton of stuff into a very short period of time, right, where everything changed and consequently we had to change our entire way of being. But this is a team that asked what was possible, right? So we converted beer into bread, right, and donated, the brand donated tons and tons of bread to food banks and across Belgium, because this was something that we could do to help communities immediately in need when people were out of work. That, you know, we wouldn't have had to ask that question and it wouldn't have come through in a normal brief, And that idea came not from within the marketing team, but through a partnership of legal and corporate affairs, the supply and technical teams, the brand teams. We worked with an outside bakery partner that we had relationships with. So, you know, it's a much more organic, it was a function, I think, a little bit of the situation, but that's one of the things I'm most optimistic about in the year to come. I think we learned from this experience the importance of having this much more fluid approach across the functions. And when everyone was working together with a very important goal in mind, we saw the power of what we could do, right? And I think that's something we need to hold fast to when we return, you know, to some more of the old way of living.
Is that also helped by the fact that during the last 12 months, we've all, of course, been forced to be more connected? You know, we're all on Zoom together. You know, you can make those connections a lot faster, right? And they're more intense. So it increases that, you know, silo busting that you're talking about, really.
I don't know. I really don't know. But I do know it's been wonderful to be able to foster relationships despite distance, right? And direct conversation and this feeling of, you know, I have a role in this and I have a role to play, despite, you know, the obvious physical separation. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I'm very much looking forward to being able to, you know, some of my team and see some folks again in person. It's like I've forgotten, you know, I know everyone from here up, but I forgot what happened, how tall you are.
And I don't you think we've all adapted to this new world, but it has given us new capabilities. We've learned new things that we can then, you know, when it does return to normal, we can bring those to the party as well, right?
Yeah.
Be more creative in that sense.
I'm hoping so. I'm definitely hoping so.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how it is because, as I said, Draftline is so new. So we have been alive longer during COVID or under lockdown than now. 50% of our people, actually more, have never met in person or have never been to the office. So I wouldn't be able to compare it to before. But I'm really looking forward to, you know, meet those people in person finally and have a beer, for sure. We have actually a beer. We have a rooftop bar, which is a great selling point for getting people in our office as well, which was a great asset, and we loved it a lot. But now, obviously, that's something we're missing.
Now you show them a lot of videos of the rooftop and other things that will attract them, right? Yeah. But that idea of crowdsourcing ideas, you know, I might have misheard you, but ideas coming even from the legal department, or I mean, I just love that notion that ideas can come from anywhere, right? Or they build from anywhere when you break the barriers down, right? You crowdsource them.
Yeah, I mean, we happen to be very lucky. We have a very talented legal and corporate affairs team. Very, very talented. I can't say enough good things about them, but I think it was, again, this combination, this brilliant, you know, chemistry that happened with, you know, all the brains and the creative power and the technical skills coming together that really enabled us to make a big impact.
Very good. So we are approaching time for questions. We haven't had any questions so far from what I can see. So I would prompt all of you out there to post some now if you can. That would be great. If we don't get any, we can carry on talking, of course, because we like to talk. So how do you see the year ahead? And of course, this is about Europe in many ways, in terms of this group and what we're discussing. And there are lots of uncertainties, particularly in certain countries. But how do you see the year playing out for you guys, especially off the back of what's happened in the last 12 months?
Well, I'll say I'm super optimistic about vaccine rollouts and reopenings of, you know, the very, very valuable hospitality industry. We're seeing some great, you know, countries coming back on, right, opening up again. We're not all the way there yet, but I'm very optimistic. I wouldn't be a marketer if I weren't an optimist, right? So with that, you know, it's very hard to predict. I think we learned that last year. But I'm optimistic that some of the habits, the good habits that were formed during COVID, whether it was deeper conversations because people are, you know, being able to speak in Zoom despite distance, you know, returning to home relationships and cultivating the family. I'm hoping that some of these cooking at home, right, almost a return to a gentler way of living will stick, because I think they not only work in favor of the categories that we build, but they work in favor of the mission. People are coming together, they're having more meaningful relationships. And, you know, when that happens, there's a lot of great that we can unlock.
So that deepening of relationships is a theme, I think, throughout the whole discussion, isn't it, today? That through your response to what happened with COVID, you deepen relationships with many of the audiences as a business you have, you know, be it your employees or the owners of bars or even the end consumer, right?
We did. And I think, again, I think lots of organizations did. I think part of one of the nice things that happened is COVID accelerated digital proximity, if you will. It also put everyone in the same mindset, at least in Europe, right? We were all going through this together, and in some cases ahead of different parts of the world. So, you know, if we think about how the pandemic struck, and it started first in Asia and then moved across, we were kind of the next front. And I think that going through it together, we had to figure out how we were going to live in this type of world. And, you know, that accelerated e-commerce, that accelerated home trends, it accelerated some digital streaming services. I mean, there are many people on this call better able to speak to than myself. But I think as a marketer, that's an amazing opportunity to get to know your consumer, to get to some great personal insights. And I know from the focus groups and things that we did during that time, I mean, it was amazing. I got to visit a whole bunch of, I'll use it this way without revealing too much data, a whole lot of living rooms around Europe, all in one day without, you know, ever getting on an airplane. And that was amazing. That was an amazing experience to get to know my consumer and to then be able to serve them with offerings that meet their needs.
What about you, Dries, in terms of this year?
Oh, well, for Draftline, I look forward to continue building our culture by seeing each other physically. Even though I have to be careful, because I read something this weekend that actually the group of people who are most keen to get back to the office are actually the managers. So I need to make sure that my team also wants to come back to the office. I think they do, but I think they also want to keep a bit of flexibility.
So you're not there by yourself, you mean?
Yeah, maybe I'm by myself. Yeah, we'll see. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm also, look, beer is, better times are coming, and the place of beer in celebration and that euphoria is going to be big. So for Draftline, that is a great creative opportunity, and also an opportunity to make it, make a difference in people's life. So that is a year I really much look forward to, or a period I'm looking forward to have with my team.
Yeah, the need to come to, at least for us, the need to come together has never been more, important and fundamental. And so I feel there's lots of opportunity for us to walk our purpose and live our purpose in a really impactful way. And we're seeing that from lots of other brands as well, but that makes me very optimistic about, not only the future in Europe, but also the future of marketing, because we're going to see some incredible work and innovation in the year to come.
I share your positivity. I'm sure many people do on the call. So we have had a question come in from Diana Dilworth, who asks, as we enter into year 2 of lockdown, what tone should marketers be using to connect to consumers but still offer hope? What would you say?
So I don't think there's one size fits all, but I think what we try and always do is to be authentic and true to our brands. And again, I'll use as an example, right? The way Bud spoke in the UK, at the beginning of the EPL season was very different from what you saw many other brands do. And it's not a statement of whether other brands were doing things right or wrong, but for us, it was authentic to our tone of voice, right? It brought levity at a moment when it was very badly needed, right? Consumers were in the home, they'd been quarantining, so to speak, for a while. And, everyone needed a little bit of mental relief, so to speak. And as a result, I think for us, that's why it performed so well creatively. And it also brought a very, very important message. So I think that, as for me, I think it's very important to always be yourself, no matter whether it's a person or a brand. And I think that that's going to be very key for the next 12 months for brands as well.
So we're getting questions thick and fast now. So we have 5 minutes. So I'm going to crack on with them. So first one, Julie, is there a specific brand on your portfolio that saw significant growth ahead of the others, and why?
So it's not one size fits all, unfortunately. I would love to be like, here's an answer. But because the portfolio of markets is so big and the portfolio of brands is so big, it's not the same answer everywhere. That being said, we saw very nice uplift when it comes to the global brand portfolio. And again, I think it's a combination of the need, right? It's fully driven by the need for consumers. These brands are satisfying real consumer needs, and they are well positioned for the needs at the moment, which, is wonderful news for us. And it's a great privilege to get to work on them as well, I have to say.
Good answer. And the next one perhaps is a bit more for you, Julie. So can you describe the delineation between responsibilities between Draftline and your agencies? Good question. How does your agency work with Draftline and vice versa?
Good question. For us, our brands are first. We put our brands first. So we always think like, what's best for our brands? That's the first thing, how can we deliver best? And the second question would be, is it either Draftline or is that an external agency? That said, sometimes we work together with other agencies. For example, we don't do anything PR in Draftline. We don't have any intention to, so we work with PR agencies very well together. Sometimes, for example, Budweiser has a lead agency, a global lead agency. We work very well together with them. When it comes to, for example, localizing assets for local markets, or making them more culturally relevant in European markets. Then sometimes if we launch a new brand, for example, a new hard seltzer or something, we would just be the only agency, or it really depends. And honestly, like when we work with agencies together, we do a lot. It goes very smooth. There's not a problem.
One good example, from the early days of Draftline, just to put it in context, we had some great work that we did for the Women's World Cup, the England team, and with Budweiser. And the idea came through some agencies. We produced it entirely through Draftline, and it was like a group effort, so to speak, right? Because what every muscle that every team had was brought to the table, and it was like the one who was ideating, the people who were producing, the folks who were amplifying were amplifying, and it worked very nicely and seamlessly. And again, this is early days, so we hadn't quite figured it out yet, but the results are tremendous.
So does it come back a bit to the earlier discussion, the way you collaborate, the culture that you built as a business, and you have partners who can basically live and thrive with that culture, right, in the collaborative fashion? Would that be it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's it. Even for production, right? We produce things in-house with our own designers, and then sometimes we get a production company to work with us. So we're really, like, again, what's best for the brand? What do we think is best? And then we make that choice. It's not, for example, that I have a target or something on, an X amount of projects we have to do or something. That's not at all. Actually, the objectives of Draftline are very much aligned with the North Star objectives of the business as a whole. So yeah.
And again, just going back to the first examples, we wouldn't have been able to make hand sanitizer if it weren't for this whole group of individuals working together. And Draftline branded it, right? I mean, it's not that they were hand sanitizer experts or anything like that, but by virtue of just bringing these different talents together, some greatness was achieved. So
what a great point to end on. Great summary of the last 40 minutes. So I think Lisa, we're running.
We're at time. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rick, and thank you, Julie and Dries. I thought there were some amazing points made within that session. I love the idea of a performance mindset and bringing that to creativity. I think there's something incredibly powerful in that, and also the idea of practicing your purpose. I'm sure that's something that resonates with lots of people that are joining the session today. So thank you all for your contribution. We're going to move on now to our next fireside.
Well, that was a really awesome session. I hope everyone enjoyed hearing from some of our community in the EU and marketing innovation with Anheuser-Busch. So before we move into our next session of the day, I do want to have time to share a really special new sizzle reel that Brand Innovators just released, highlighting our 2021 kickoff event with some of the CMOs and marketing leaders at the forefront of the industry today. So I'm really excited to share this before we get started with our next session.
Welcome to the official 2021 kickoff Brand Innovators event. I'm sorry to negate all of that calming energy. We have an amazing program to kick off this year.
Alicia, it's so good to see you.
Meenakshi, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm really excited to chat with Julie. It's my first event with Brand Innovators this year.
We have 3 days, over 30 main stage speakers, 13 different private roundtable discussions, everything from data-driven advertising to purpose-driven marketing, future of retail, entertainment and streaming, everything that you, the marketer, needs to know to have a successful 2021.
The brand purpose obviously is critical. As brand stewards, as communicators, as strategic marketers. We need to understand what brand we're trying to build. As we entered COVID, we knew this has the potential to be a catalyst and a galvanizing force for our entire operation.
People's psychology about the pandemic obviously changed week by week and month by month, where we had to really focus on safety and sanitation, contactless delivery, contactless carryout early on.
The entire pandemic, we've been working on just making sure that our content is speaking to the times, is sensitive to what people is going through, but is also continuing to evolve.
I'm sure that everyone here has seen babies and families and partners passing behind the Zoom or the Teams calls, and I think the ability to want to keep human and to allow for the integration of personal and professional lives is something that helps a lot and put people at ease.
We are shopping brands that are consistent with our values. We are looking for brands that have a point of view in terms of society and what is happening currently and current events, that are also close and working with our communities, and importantly, of course, that they are sustainable.
I think that's so important for brands right now, to really make sure that they're not just sticking to whatever media plan or social plan they might have had before, they think they're supposed to do, or waiting for things to get back to normal. There's not a normal, there's not a thing to get back to. We're really in a place where we can only go forward and really progress.
Every single touch that we have with a consumer is an experience and is a representation of the core of who we are as a brand. And so all of those need to weave together. It's not a new concept. It has been around for years, but now consumers have raised the bar of the expectation of every single experience. The number of experiences in our brand ecosystem has exploded astronomically.
Think about your customers and try to see if you can map their unmet needs that kind of point you in the right direction for the kinds of things that you should be experimenting with. Obviously, testing and iterating kind of new things in a way that makes sense and that give you the confidence to really launch new things at scale.
On my mind, it's just B2C. We are on the same side, their B is my B. What is more important, the structure, the processes, or the culture? I've seen places that have no structure, no process, but it works because the people are a certain type of people and it fits well with what they're trying to accomplish.
What is that story that any of us are telling, and how do we make sure that it's actually satisfying a need? Think about search, think about social advocacy, think about all of these other channels. You need to be relevant and you need to be needed.
Well, the worst thing you can be in our business, as you know better than I, is irrelevant. We certainly are out of that, and now we're starting to see embracement. People have a feeling towards Gillette that's positive. And when you are able to combine love and respect, I think you're able to secure business for a long time.
We focus our PR only around March for Women's History Month and November for Women's Entrepreneurship Month.
the closer you keep whatever area of purpose you explore and you dedicate yourself to what your brand stands for, the easier it is.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, thanks, Michelle. That was great. I hope everyone kind of enjoyed seeing those highlights. We have actually our next big tentpole coming up in March for our Trend Watch 4-day summit. And we have some really awesome marketing leaders joining us then. So hopefully you guys can tune in. So quickly, and moving into our next fireside chat of the day, I'm really excited for us to hear a session from Rob Bulow, the Director of Global Brand Marketing for Electronic Arts. And this session is moderated by Laura Bumbach, the President and Chief Creative Officer of Grey. So sit tight and hope you guys enjoy the session.
And lovely to be talking all things innovation. Actually, I think we're going to flow on really, really nicely from the last session, and particularly what Victoria was talking about a little bit about kind of innovation as she sees it. So firstly, let me introduce Rob. So he's joining us from Stockholm today with a career which began throwing warehouse parties in London's East End and later developed through motor racing, music, broadband TV, advertising and video games. His focus has always been on entertainment, whether it was leading the digital transformation of Formula One's online offering or developing campaign work for Nike at AKQA. Rob has approached the work with the same foundational approach. In his own words, whilst the problems shift and evolve, my ethos remains the same: deliver the purest signal possible with savage channel pressure. I love that. That's a great way to introduce yourself. But I guess, Rob, you know, we're both from the sort of old school birth of the internet kind of digital age, right? So that's kind of what both of our backgrounds are. When there really felt like there was innovation going on, I'd love to hear a little bit kind of about your journey before we get into talking about innovation.
Okay, yeah. Thanks so much, Laura. I'm excited to be here. It should be a fun chat. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't even thought about that, but I do occasionally reminisce to that moment when I'd actually probably spend most of my time not really doing work and actually just finding things on the internet, which was just amazing. You know, like just everything was a discovery. It was just like, wow, like, oh, look, something happening over here. And it was just, I felt like there was, it was almost like a big canvas for art once upon a time, the internet was. And I think that's largely what pulled me in, was that it was, you know, like you just started to pull on a little thread. And it's like, oh my gosh, I just found this mad thing over here. And then that would lead you. I remember there's some mad Japanese website that had a load of banners on it that were just amazing. And and I think that's where I first discovered pixel art. And I don't know, I could ramble about this for days. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not the topic we're on, but it does fill me with this kind of like immense joy, just remembering that was the thing that definitely pulled me to the web and to, you know, digital to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was the same for me. You know, it felt like working in that digital space, you were much more like a creative pirate or an inventor than an advertiser. Certainly, you know, it felt very, very far away from the rest of advertising. It's kind of interesting, I guess, then when we start to think about innovation and what it means. We actually, when we spoke earlier in the week, spent most of our time just talking about what innovation really is. So I don't know whether you want to, you know, expand a little bit on like how you see innovation.
Yeah, I'd love to. So I think that I think innovation is fantastic because you know we sort of need it, right? But I think that the problem is we kind of get in our own way a little bit with innovation, and largely down to the fact that it's kind of a big scary word for a lot of people when we say, right, team, go be innovative, go do some innovative shit. People are like, okay, cool. What does that mean? I'm stuck, and we find ourselves in this slightly awkward position where innovation is comes part and parcel and is bundled with kind of the Valley's description of innovation. You know, big tech, and which you know, like some form of social innovation, which, you know, ultimately will become just a colossal ad network disguised as a social innovation. And and I would love to just reframe it a little bit. I mean, we don't need a new word, but I'd like to reframe it to give people the space to actually think differently, to find innovative ways to do things, rather than necessarily feeling like they need to develop something which is truly innovative from a Apple big tech perspective, you know. And that is something I'm really passionate about trying to do. And so I suppose what I'm looking for is constantly ways to unlock the shackles, you know, from the teams I work with, to try and give them the freedom to think innovatively without this pressure of big tech innovation.
Yeah, because I think there is that big pressure, isn't there? And you know, again, certainly a lot of the things that we talk about as innovative or as innovation really aren't. And if you were to look at the digital side of our industry, it's a lot less innovative than it once was, even though the technology is a lot more advanced. You know, we're kind of, without digressing, you know, that often the formats are the same, and often this is where, you know, a company like EA is so exciting, right? And the opportunities to do different things. But in terms of what our industry and other industries seem to think innovation is, it is about something with technology at the core rather than applied creativity, I think, which is a real issue.
Yeah, fully. That you said that the other day, applied creativity. I love that. That's exactly it. Like, and I think that we have a responsibility to change this, and but it's kind of has to be at all levels within an organization, that it can work in part bottom up, but it has to kind of work at top down. And I guess what I mean by that is it's a bit of a mindset, and because it needs to influence talent acquisition. You know, it needs to influence, you know, the way teams are built, the way they're staffed, the way I don't know. For instance, you know, if we decide that we want to be more meaningful to our players, right? That's a thing that EA, you know, scratch their heads over all the time. It's like, well, how do we become more meaningful to our players? And often the thing that, you know, we don't do is to think, well, we employ councils, you know, and so forth, people to come together to give us advice, you know, come and sit and look at our things and tell us what you think of our things. And it's like, and it's cool, this is super great, it's mega helpful, but there's another way to look at it, and that's through taking an innovative approach to our talent acquisition, and think, well, actually, what we need more people who look like the people who are playing, who are building the things. The creators should be the same, the one and the same with the audience, and we have the capacity to do that. So there's no reason not to. But it's a tricky one, right? Because it means, oh shit, new job titles, and you know, I don't know where to put that person, and you know, where's the reporting lines, and that gets confusing and awkward. But it's kind of necessary, I think, if we're going to truly break through that.
Yeah, I agree. Sort of bringing innovation the whole way through the business, not as a separate kind of unit or a thing to do or a kind of scary thing to try to employ, or a budget, or, you know, however it, you know, it kind of tends to be deployed pretty regularly, I guess, throughout marketing and throughout brands, right? But to be able to go, how do I make my business more innovative? And we spoke a lot about who is the innovation for anyway, and, you know, is it for us or our own self-worth? Or is it for awards, or is it for an audience or a community, or for the planet, or what have you? And I think that's a really interesting starting point as well. Like, who are we innovating for?
Yeah, that's totally it. And that's, again, I think helps us get away from the kind of big tech hangover of it's got to be something that the Valley would like. Is if you start to ask the question, what are we trying to solve to begin with? What's the goal here? Then ultimately, that's a better place to start than just innovation for innovation's sake. So yeah, 100. Like, who's it for? What's the goal?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I have been really impressed lately, actually, by one of the pieces that your old joint have made, AKQA for H&M. I think that is a really interesting brand, you know, and a really interesting relationship in terms of doing something properly innovative. So I don't know whether you had a chance to look, but in their headquarters in Stockholm now, they've built this beautiful I guess, machine where you can take your old clothes, like old sort of cotton clothes or old natural fabric clothes, put them into the machine, kind of it shreds it, turns it into a thread and weaves you an H&M garment at the other end. So you can go in with 5 t-shirts and come out with an maybe you won't get a coat out of 5 t-shirts, but you know, it's like doing something like that's real an innovation, right? That's solving a really interesting problem in a really interesting way. Also, the entire process has no water. It's all kind of cleaned with ozone or what have you as well. So it's like super super environmental. And that for me, it just blows away. But again, it's not what you would necessarily call or recognize as innovation the way it kind of sits within marketing and communications.
No. I love that I'm learning about that from you here on this live cast. When I live here in Stockholm, and you know, I used to work for APQA, so I probably know about that. But I didn't know about that. But that's amazing. I mean, I love that kind of thing, and it's great because it's a cool story, right? That will travel and it says something. So therefore, the machine is epic, and like bravo to the crazy engineers who built it, but also. Yeah. It's a great story which travels and says something about a commitment to a cause, which is kind of the big deal, particularly with things like that, when with corporate anxiety about being on purpose, you know, and actually really meaning it, like showing up like that. So it's, you know, in what is it in every corner of your business, or is it just a line?
Exactly. How can you actually create innovation within your business? We were talking about sort of FMCGs, and you know, there's a tendency again to, you know, Clubhouse is the thing at the moment, right? So everyone's like Clubhouse, which, as you said, you know, will probably turn just into a massive ad platform, masquerading as a social media network at some point. But you know, rather than brands potentially going into these new platforms, is there a way, you know, for example, should they be looking at their packaging, or should they be looking at, you know, how to make their products more sustainable? Or you know, I love the we'll get to games in a sec, but you know, I love the ketchup Splatoon. It's genius, but you know, can we more entertaining? You know, could we be more playful, but not like here's a new technology and I want to be on it.
Fully, yeah. There's another way to reach and resonate, right? Beyond the, I don't know, the traditional means. It's a good point about entertainment. There's a kind of there's a silliness in some of their stuff, which is something I'd probably like to see a bit. This is going wildly off track. Something I'd like to see a little bit more of is that, right? A bit of it's just we need to recognize what actually makes folks tick and what they're actually looking for from experience, what they're looking for from a brand. And if it's if we're not delivering something which is inherently entertaining, then we're probably starting from the wrong place, particularly if we work in entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that kind of is a great kind of segue into games and innovation in, you know, at EA and innovation in that sector. So what does innovation look like? Like what are some of the things we were talking about? Star Wars Battlefront, weren't we, this week? But it would be great to kind of explore ways in which the gaming industry is innovating.
Yeah, I think that I see it's kind of fits and bursts, right? That I see particularly in our company. I suppose if I look across the entire kind of landscape of gaming, we'll see, you know, someone charging ahead with something which is really interesting, a new way of addressing and playing with the player, because ultimately the relationship between the player and the brand is getting really closer and closer and closer and closer for us as video games companies. So finding ways to sorry, my daughter's pouring crisps in the background, it's proper loud. So sorry about that. So yeah, like they're getting closer and closer and closer. And so we need to find like interesting ways to develop those relationships in kind of meaningful ways. And for me, that's probably where our most innovative work lives. And so that and so it's kind of multifaceted. In some ways, it is just pure kind of baseline boring tech, in the sense that it's massive kind of machine learning projects to understand insights about what our players are doing. So that really is kind of heavyweight engineering. And then I guess, taking all these various different insights from, various different platforms that we use in order to learn from, so that we can start to be more empathic to their needs. And so I think, so for instance, like one of the very kind of prevalent behaviors that you see in video games nowadays is just social play. And what I mean by that is, I don't mean necessarily connected multiplayer. Connected multiplayer being, people shooting each other in the face and like, woo, I won. Like, not that, but actually a place to go and hang out and be together. And so, people clustering together as a group of human beings, playing a thing together, and then jumping into the next game, then jumping into the next game, jumping into the next game. That type of behavior is pretty much the sort of the price of entry, actually, for a younger generation of gamers. And so finding ways to not exploit that, but develop it with the players is something which we look at and talk about endlessly at EA. Like, how do you construct marketing for that? Because it's simple awareness doesn't really work, with that type of behavior, because you can tell people, okay, here, this thing exists, and even if it's free, it doesn't actually matter unless you've managed to convert enough people to get into the game in the first place, and then stay in there for long enough to see your friends show up, and then you're like, okay, cool, now my buds are here, now we can play. So it's interesting, this kind of gated process that we need to understand better to try and figure out how to, like I say, not exploit, but develop with the player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I guess there are platforms which you're exploring and that are out there, as well, where you're actually developing like the game and the audience for the game as you're developing the game, right? So if Steam, for example, where, you can be running a beta and people can be actually giving you feedback on what they'd like to see in the game and how they'd like it to work. And by the time you launch, you have this like ready and willing audience.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it's a tricky one, really, because you have these kind of massive, we still talk in terms of AAA, meaning like a big shiny game that costs a lot of money, and indie games and everything in between. But there kind of isn't really an in between. It's becoming more and more that there's the big juggernauts, and then there's the smaller indie titles that are often, people would say, where all the art lives, and But what's interesting is sometimes the developers who are in for the long haul, who decide that they are going to create a relationship with a relatively small cohort of players and then build it over time. And they build this kind of trust bond that becomes something which is, very real and very sticky for those who are part of it, and can represent really, really meaningful business for people who have the appetite for that kind of long game. That's really amazing to see.
Yeah, I was reading, just jumping around a little bit, but thinking about stuff that's community led. The fact that The Sims, for example, which is one of your games, is open to creators, has allowed like so much richness in that game and on that platform, right? And I was just reading a paper this morning about the fact that there's now a big kind of Black gaming movement who's kind of sort of releasing mods to show what like the best of those communities look like, which is in turn, having super positive change across the board.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really good. The work that the Sims team is doing is it's awesome. I love those guys. They're smashing it. Like it's exactly what I'm talking about. They're just approaching it all from a different, like their way that they market is fundamentally different to the way in which you market a normal video game. They spend so much more time with the community. That's a massive over-index for them because it's a real home for people, that game. It's a platform where they live and they find themselves, and it's a deeply, deeply personal, which is it's pretty exceptional, really, for a digital product to have that resonance with its player base. Really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And that longevity as well, right? Because it's not new game by any means. Obviously, it's you know, it has many incarnations, but you know, it's something to come back to, almost like a virtual home from home over 5 years, 10. I don't know whether it's been around 10 years. It must have been just about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's exciting too, because it's whilst they behave in an innovative fashion, for sure, no question about it. It's rooted in what made the brand great, like many moons ago when it was SimCity. You know, it was about building things. You know, and just seeing what would happen. Right, me too.
I think I lost something like 36 hours straight to that game when I was at uni.
I did too. It was like I was proper hooked, just doing weird shit. Like, what happens if I put a power station in the middle of the city? I don't know. Like, let's see. Like, that might be good. No, apparently not. It's not good. Everything goes wrong. But it's fun, and that kind of creator, find, you know, explore, experiment, that sort of spirit lives in that brand, and so it's definitely like a long play. So whilst, you know, the earlier games were created in a vacuum and then just, you know, shot out into the world, and they kind of hope people would dig them, it's definitely not the way, you know, the teams operate now. But it's more of a relationship with the player. But it's rooted in what made the brand special in the first place, which is, you know, clearly why they're such an enduring platform.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I know you know, there've been quite a few forays of brands into The Sims and obviously other games, and I love the Splatoon example again. But you know, do you maybe want to talk about a couple of those? I think we were saying that Gucci's been doing some amazing stuff on the platform.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, they're a really exciting brand. It's interesting because, you know, I'm not going to say who, but I definitely have some conversations with brands, and they're like, hell yeah, they completely get it. They want in, they want a part of it, and they want to do great things. And it's not just they want to see their logos. They want to talk about the full brand experience. Like, how does our brand experience and your brand experience come together to create something, you know, radically unique for our players, for their customers and our players? It's like, yeah, cool. Now that's a conversation I want to have. And it scales from everything from, you know, the folks like Gucci who completely get it and want to do like big deals and will put collections, or released, you know, digital collections inside games, through to, you know, the likes of, you know, big music partnerships like, you know, in Fortnite, where you have people doing colossal you know, gigs inside of a video game. It's mind blowing. Like, I mean, I can't really believe my son, a massive Travis Scott fan now, apparently, just because he plays Fortnite all the time. Like, and it's like, do you like any other, you know, rapper? Like, no, just Travis Scott. That'll do. And because he found what was it? The Avengers too. He wasn't into superhero movies, but like he found the Avengers through Fortnite.
Yeah, well, I sat through the, you know, I can't remember what their collective experiences are called, but, you know, like the Travis Scott one and like the Avengers one. I sat through the Avengers one. It was so cool. It's really hard not to be swept away by the story, because you're there with all these other Avengers.
Yeah.
Really, really
powerful stuff.
Yeah,
it really is. And it's funny because this is the thing, you know, and you know, that we've been kind of talking about in gaming for a long time. It's the kind of thing that was clearly always going to be possible. It was always kind of around the corner. It was coming, but it's definitely sort of here now, where you have these massive communities who are all like massively engaged, all having a great time chatting to each other and their mics. And I think the other thing which is really important to learn about these people is that they're not gamers. They don't even self-identify as gamers, right? They're just people. They're just like, yeah, sure, I play games. But the platforms that exist allow for a connection to brands, which is fundamentally new, because you have different rules. The fantasy gives you a different place to begin with, and those that can take advantage of that opportunity are, you know, setting themselves up to do magical stuff with a younger generation who get to fall in love with your brand for the first time, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say also, you know, also older generations, right? Because I think the biggest growing market, I think, is like women of a certain age. I mean, I know that's mostly mobile gaming, but rather than bigger platforms. But you know, I think it's really interesting to almost take those blinkers off and go, okay, like what audiences are there out there that my brand can connect to, right? Because your
100.
The Toon audience, it'll be very different from your Sims audience, will be very different. We just did a piece of work for Pringles, working with an indie developer actually, called Raw Fury with West of Dead, where we took one of their
They're here in
non-playable.
Stockholm as well, aren't they?
Yeah, so we took, yeah, they are. We took one of their non-playable characters out, one of the flesh-eating zombies, who jumped out during a live.
I saw that.
Oh, did you?
It was
Yeah.
amazing. I loved it.
It was
That
really
so
fun,
good.
and he went and basically visited Twitches all the way, which is the influencer platform for watching games. If you've never come across Twitch, it's a brilliant platform in and of itself. But that was just kind of understanding that the Pringles audience is a kind of specific audience that game is really going to appeal to, and whereas I think we've done some work with Animal Crossing for PNG as well around I guess around skin, and I won't say sort of skin conditions and sort of genetic, different ways that your skin can look, which has got a completely different audience again. And that was a crazy game during the beginning of lockdown.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, to your point earlier though about audiences, that's a fundamental truth. I think the thing that I think we have to continue to remind ourselves as well, it's not all Gen Z. It's there's also millennials, there's also X, and a couple of boomers, not too many, but a few. But it's a vast array of folks with very different needs who find themselves gaming. So yeah, there's lots of different ways and lots of different behaviors which all these various different like groups exhibit, which if you particularly now, right, to your latter point about then what's happening now. I mean, gosh, like gaming has never seen anything like it. I mean, it's pretty mad. I mean, I've been working for EA now for 8 years, and I've seen. I mean, it was big when I joined, but every year it just seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then, but this year it's just been ridiculous. Oh, sorry, last year it's just been ridiculous because everyone's they're just at home, right, with not much else to do. So they're kind of forming these relationships with these universes and fantasies that are becoming much, much richer. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds in the coming years, but there's certainly been a lot of inside time, as we all know, over the last 12 months.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting to kind of think about, people ducking downstairs to have a couple of games during lunch or something and coming back up, which is something that has just never been possible before. And it's where people have gone. I think there's because of the community aspect as well, there's, that kind of the relationship that you have with the game and the almost comfort that you get from playing a game that you know and love. That
100. Yeah, I mean, it's mad because you even see it in games like Zwift, which is a thing that you connect your bike to, this thing that connects to the back of your wheel, and then you connect it to your computer, and then you're cycling. It's a game, kind of, but it's controlled by your bike, right? And the subscriptions of that thing is just off the charts. It's blown up, and it's swelled from some people on this platform who are kind of exercising inside this video game to just hundreds and hundreds of thousands. It's just mind-blowing, like to see that and this whole community springing up around it. New Reddit channels opening up and new subgroups and people clustering themselves and talking about particular routes that they do, and it's becoming like a real it's a kind of a mega thing now, which is very, very niche. Now it's kind of huge. It's interesting to see how these types of activities are blowing up. So what do they contract afterwards? What do we do as a game maker and game publisher to not lose the people in them? Because the thing is about a lot of these games, they rely on the people being in them in order to be fun. If the people aren't there, then it's not a thing anymore. Like like I was saying to you the other day, like when my son was playing Fortnite and I kind of pulled him away from it, he was super pissed. and wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the day. And I realized it wasn't because the game was this kind of addictive thing, well, it kind of is, but like it was mostly about the fact that I yanked him out of the playground, and that was the thing. Yeah. So the people together is the main hook. We just build the toys.
You just saw my son wander in and grab his laptop so he can go and do Minecraft with his mates, and it's like it's Minecraft time. But you know, they're more to hang out than to really kind of play, right? Look, I think we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'll let you finish what you're saying, Rob, and then I'll kind of open it up to questions.
Okay, cool. What was I saying? I don't think it's particularly important. No, I've lost it. If I remember, then I'll share.
Excellent. Okay, so look, there is a question here. Have any of your games grown significantly faster than the rest of your portfolio?
Yeah, absolutely. Those which are the most social, because of people in lockdown wanting to connect with other people. You know, that's something which they can't do right now. You know, globally. So 100, like the ability to find each other and some form of communicate some place where you can be together. That's a huge driver right now, particularly in safe environments. So, you know, like I said a minute ago, you have this big difference between play together versus shoot each other in the face for the wins. I'm not suggesting one's better or worse, but where one was dominating before, we've definitely seen a big surge in those which are more about play together. So yeah, 100. We see a lot of.
We were talking about esports, and I thought that was really interesting. Just the shifts that you've seen there as well.
Yeah, that's more of a perception shift that I think that we've witnessed in esports, which I think is really fascinating. In that once upon a time, the only types of esports that were, I say remotely successful, but I'll replace that with incredibly successful, are those where the fantasy was genuinely ridiculous. You know, it's like a crazy planet with people in mad suits, big boots, and you know, guns that shot pink lasers, and you know, all that. That stuff did really, really well. The things which were more like sport, motorsport, or you know, basketball or whatever, those types of games struggled in an esports context because nobody wanted to take them seriously because of the fact that they existed in real life. So, you know, why would I watch, you know, this? I mean, they had an audience, but anyways, the legitimacy of those has definitely bounced quite heavily because of the lack of real sports. And so it'd be interesting to see if that's sustained, and if the companies who own those properties can keep that interest and that positioning change alive.
Yeah. What's your favorite? Are you still a gamer, or have you kind of, you know, has it kind of faded as time's gone on?
Depends who's asking, Laura. If it's someone in my company, I'm like, oh yeah, funny, I play a lot of games. No, the reality is I don't actually. I still do play video games, but the reality is my PlayStation now lives in my son's room because he's too loud for him to be in the lounge. It was a very practical decision to move it into his room. But living in a small apartment, there's only so much you can do. So no, it's screen time though. You know, I don't think it's necessarily a lack of interest. I think that this is something which we notice in a lot of people of my age, is that unless you have multiple room households, you know, with then there is just, you know, it's often just one screen. And so what that means is that either as people grow older, they adapt and they move into mobile context, or they get a Switch, or or they just simply churn out and then they don't play it so much. But yeah, no, I definitely do still play games. I found this amazing game on Steam the other day, which is about driving trucks through muddy paths, and that's pretty much all you have to do. And I absolutely love it.
I mean, it is. You're right about where the creativity in you know. I mean, there's creativity obviously the whole way through gaming, but the Steam is just incredible. You know, or any of those platforms like Roblox. Not my cup of tea, obviously, but one of the biggest platforms in the world because you can build your own little games.
Completely. Oh, actually, there was one I'll share, and this is going back, but it's worth sharing because it's really great. But although I've told people about this before, and a lot of people said, "Yeah, I tried that game." It's kind of like, "Yeah, it's all right." So I'm going to do it again, and hopefully, if you do pick it up, then if you don't like it, sorry. But there's a game called Unfinished Swans. Amazing. Like, it starts out with a white screen, and so no interface, no nothing, and this is true innovation, and this is. So circling back to the kind of the purpose of the talk, for me, this was innovation because it was it's artful innovation. And the fact that somebody thought, well, I actually don't really know what inspired it. And I'm not even going to guess, but it starts with a completely white screen, no instructions, nothing. And so you kind of sat there thinking, oh, is it broken? What's going on? And then you start to press some buttons on the controller and eventually try the shoulder buttons. And then as you hit the shoulder buttons, your character that you don't see hurls like a blob of ink at the screen, and which reveals a bit of shape. And then you're like, oh, that's interesting. And then you throw another one, and then you throw another one. You realize it's not white. It's just there's no lighting, and the only way to reveal the world is by chucking this ink at it. And then you go on your merry adventure, and it's probably about 4 or 5 hours of entertainment. But I completely fell in love with that game because it was I'd never experienced anything like it before. It was truly unexpected. It had no real hype that I picked up, but it was really delightful. You know, it really satisfied that. I don't know. All games are shooters. All games are driving games. All games are this. You know, all games are sports. Like, it was outside of that. It was something different. It was just an expression of creativity, and for that, it was just super refreshing and fun. So. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I think one of my kind of favorite and most innovative games for a brand, actually, again, it's a few years old. I think it was done by AMV, but the Wrigley's game Nightjar. Don't know whether you came across that. It's a mobile game, but it's audio only. So you close your eyes and it's using binaural sound, and you actually guide your way through the game using the sound around your head.
That's epic.
So simple, right? But proper innovation in a way that, you know, some of the more technically complex things aren't, because they're just following a trope.
Yeah, fully. That's the thing. Like, but that was delightful, right? That experience that you had with that, because it was like, oh, this is a new context. I haven't experienced this before. This is really, really cool. And so yeah, like occasionally, but this is the thing. The struggle though is, you know, excuse me, much like movies and music, finding a publisher or finding an outlet that's going to take that kind of seriously to find an audience for you, that's a struggle. And so it has to be treated like art. And then hopefully that innovation gets picked up by someone else and you become a talent that people want. I think that's the path for those guys.
Well, I can see Lisa here, so I think our time is up.
It is, yeah. I'm afraid we have come to time. That was a very broad and sprawling conversation. It was not what I was expecting at all, in the best possible way. I love the fact that you started with this mental image of creative pirates. Can I please ask, next time you join Brand Innovators, we have suitably piratey headshots? I think that would be amazing. I also really, the idea of the digital playground resonates. I have a 9-year-old son at home, and he's definitely not happy when I'm turning his screen off in the evenings. So I think that idea of escaping lockdown is something that really came through. But I think the thing that was really interesting for me was just how human, given that electronic arts are a technology business, how human your view is of innovation. And I think something that was really powerful is the responsibility that comes from the insight that your community gives you, and the fact they welcome you into their homes and into their world, and they give you that huge level of insight and the idea of the trust bond. And I wondered how much that has changed through COVID, and that spike in the number of people engaging, or whether that's always been at the heart of your business and it's just something that you nurture every day.
I don't think it's changed. I think I can happily say that. Well, I think probably one of the reasons why I've stayed. I think EA is the longest I've ever stayed at any company, and I think it's because of, you know, there's good people here, you know, and so whilst of course the sharks, they're everywhere. There's enough good people who are here for the right reasons, because they I don't know, they don't want to put the black hat on and, you know, go after the nickel and dime. They actually want to create experiences for people. And so yeah, that's an inspiring thing to be around. And there's enough of those folks in the company to remind us all to to not become sharks. So yeah, I haven't seen it up nor down. I think the one thing I have seen is just tremendous resilience from everyone, but I think we've all seen that. Like, it's hard. I mean, marketing's tricky at home, but on my days, like, building a video game is a whole other thing. Those guys are absolute rock stars for doing what they're doing. I've no idea how they're pulling it off.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rob and Laura, again, for taking the time out to join us today. I think it was an incredibly valuable conversation.
Awesome. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that session with EA. Again, a really, really awesome highlight from our Marketing Innovation Day with our partners in the EU. So we ended a few minutes early, but I do want to kick off our next webinar session. But before I do so, I do want to just highlight some of the amazing speakers we have joining us for our TrendWatch Summit coming up in March. Actually, since Matt's on, I can do that right after. So Matt, welcome to our stage. Matt is the Vice President of Enterprise Sales at Celtra, and he is going to be presenting a keynote to all of us. And Matt, I'll come back in at the end and facilitate some questions from our audience, if that works for you.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, that's a tough act to follow. We had both video games, electronic arts, and a British accent. So it's going to be a tough one to follow up. I will try. Let me just share my screen real quick. And thanks for your help, Isabel. Just making sure tech check is good. All right, great. So for the time that we have today, just wanted to really quickly share how to solve your hair on fire creative production challenges that we're seeing in the marketplace, working with clients at Celtra. So just real quick, just the agenda, and I'll introduce myself. So we'll cover the creative challenges of in-house teams. What does it mean, and is there a content gap, and fixing workflows to free up time for the creative teams today, and then designing for pixel perfection and what that means. And of course, combating dull and repetitive creative. So just 20 seconds about myself. I joined Celtra in 2020 of August, came over from Adobe, and I spent 4.5 years there working on the DSP side, and got to Adobe through acquisition of a small DSP company called TubeMogul. But I saw a tremendous opportunity here at Celtra to help brands kind of move forward with automation in some of the creative workflows that many of the audience today are probably being or feeling today. So let's go through some of the quick challenges or high-level challenges that our clients are conveying to us. So 86% of marketers say that their creative teams need more time to devote to the creative process. There's just no time for great ideas today. Challenge number 2, maybe your team wants to run a little bit faster. 91% of marketers would love to achieve faster time to market. And what ultimately that will help a lot of our clients achieve is top line growth. And challenge number 3 that we're hearing consistently is dull creative. I don't think anyone enjoys boring and repetitive conversations in today's marketplace. Challenge number 4, stories are resonating, right? Because we're kind of hours out of stories to watch on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu. I'm totally out of things to watch. There's just no stories to be really consumed. So when we're engaging with brands, we love to engage in the story format. But if anyone during the Q&A wants to recommend anything to watch, I would love to hear some of your recommendation. I think the last movie I watched was, I Care a Lot on Netflix, which I highly recommend. So moving on, the last challenge that we're constantly seeing is brand governance. It's kind of like that switch and bait story where you have a lot of brands now who are doing rebranding, but you'll see a disconnect between old and new branding or just creative treatments. 60% of the consumers, our audience, distrust brands when their designs don't match the brand's website, app, or e-commerce store. So when we talk about the velocity of e-commerce, the enemy really is the traditional creative process that exists today. And just kind of walking through what we call here is the content gap. This purple or pink line are all of the creatives that our clients and yourself are having to create today with the fragmentation of all of the different screens and channels, all the multiple campaigns that you'll have to initiate to promote products and services. And the content refreshes all the time, typically with tight deadlines across your channels. And a lot of our clients are trying to test and optimize against all of their creatives and stories to see what's landing best with their audience. One of the key takeaways from last year, which is a challenging year for everyone, is that as the creative needs are increasing, the production resources are stagnant or declining. So this gap is what a lot of our clients are struggling with today. And here's just some of the, I would say, frequently seen symptoms that are communicated to us. You know this better than I do. It's expensive to scale content. Templates are great. We all use them, but it's also dangerous. So if you're using a widely used template, you run the risk of some of that storytelling to look very similar and generic to many other brands. And it's slow and cumbersome for the creative process, where a lot of our clients and partners are using emails, zip files, Slack, and whatnot, and it just drags that process out. And then you have inconsistent design down the production line. We've all seen as consumers ads or creatives in the wild where, let's say, the model's face is chopped off or text and copy is not in the right place, etc. So these are just some of the symptoms we're seeing today. And let's look at some of the old school production workflows that's kind of symptomatic of what's happening today. So this is a kind of a crayon drawing on PowerPoint. A concept is approved, and then you have this copy paste repeat marathon within your creative teams. You're manually making changes, exporting zip files, or placing the creatives in PowerPoint for review and feedback. And then you're having to email all of these attachments and initiating a feedback marathon. But wait, you'll have someone on the media team or the marketing stakeholder says, oh, there's a typo, or, oh, we're going to change the call to action. And you have to kind of go back to home base and start this whole process all over again. And the key point here is there's missed marketing moments where, while all of this is going on, the audience, us consumers, are in the wild engaging with all of these brands. And here's just one perfect example of a not missed marketing moment. For those who saw the Super Bowl, I had to do a triple take. I had to pause the television and rewind. It was like a 5-second Super Bowl ad. And this was a great example of how brands are in real time able to kind of highlight what is going on in the marketplace and try to take advantage of that. So I thought that was quite creative execution. So when you take a look at typical workflows that exist today, on the left side, you'll have all of the traditional Creative Cloud and or other solutions that creative teams are using. And then on the other extreme, you have distribution, all the endpoints that you are trying to communicate and land with your audience. But in the middle, traditionally today, it's still human beings working really hard and trying to connect the dots. So what we would recommend is to look at partners that will enable almost superpowers through automation and software, hint, hint. So taking a look at cloud, we want to basically recommend creative automation in the cloud It enables you to look at production, review, and distribution in a much more efficient and streamlined manner, where you're always on brand, yet flexible. Elements within the creative can still be automated by separating content from design. You can still have stakeholders log in and change and swap out messaging, calls to action, product images, or even localization in languages. When you look at review, rather than having to go from multiple platforms and software with file attachments, by using creative automation, you can have all of that reiteration and feedback loop in one place so that you can reiterate much quicker and go to market much faster for distribution. Lastly, for distribution, by using creative automation, you're able to either plug directly and push via API to your distribution endpoints, or easily export via HTML and zip files, etc. So just really quick, what we're seeing at Celtra, clients like Spotify are seeing a 4x increase in their capacity for creative volume, while reducing their campaign production cycle in half. When you take a look at designing for pixel perfection and what that means, I'll kind of go through that. So here's just some highlight blown up examples of inconsistent designs. As I mentioned in the beginning, consumers distrust a brand when they see executions of storytelling in this fashion. One, it's disjointed, and there's this lack of collaboration or easy access to design assets. Two, local teams taking liberties in redesigning already approved campaign assets is what we'll see in the marketplace. We would definitely recommend consider templatizing creative scaling within your workflows today. So by centralizing brand guidelines, you're basically also able to democratize activation and flexibility. Your target audience is quite different. Oh, the slides are just kind of jumping ahead here. Sorry about that. Your target audience is different geos, so your messaging and stories should also be different as well. So should your stories and opportunities to engage, you're always on brand. Just to really quickly wrap up here, how to combat dull and repetitive creative is one area that we'll focus on. We recently interviewed Miles Pendis, who's a performance marketing manager at Public Goods. He said that this is, on our brand side podcast, which I would highly recommend you go listen to. Creative is what drives performance, and small variation changes can potentially end up having huge impacts on results. For another client of ours, Vistaprint, they have a unique appreciation of powerful creative and variety because they're producing hundreds of thousands of assets and they're trying to localize for 12 different language markets. So just using creative automation helps their speed and time to market. Here's some easy ways to create variety in your existing workflow without sacrificing design and quality, which is super important as well. So here's an example of backgrounds. It's easily scalable. You can access photos or product or mix of backgrounds. It's simple yet effective. Price can be replaced with a call to action. You can implement this today to kind of get some variety. Another example is typographic. So you might have a high impact sales message. There's little to no assets required to implement this. It's extremely flexible for kind of on the go changes. And then you have promotions. So if you have sales or promotions that are going on, it's easy to create templates for video, for lifestyle, just to, a product-led design template that will help scale to thousands once combined with e-commerce product feeds that you may have if you're in the e-com business or you have an e-com store. And then you have variety on demand. So adding variety to your designs while keeping thousands of assets true to your brand is possible today. One of the key factors that a lot of our clients and partners have told us is they want to scale, but they're afraid of losing that control and that pixel perfect fidelity in their distribution. So just 3 takeaways before we wrap up and open to Q&A. If you keep repeating it, try to automate those steps. Takeaway number 2, cloud collaboration increases speed to market and will hopefully unlock time so that your creative team can do big picture, bigger splash type ideas. And takeaway number 3 is design excellence and high volume can work hand in hand. They should not be mutually exclusive in your workflows. So I'll wrap up and kind of open this up to Q&A. Hey, Isabel.
Hey, Matt. Sorry about that. It always takes a second to come back on. So let me just open up the Q&A. We can tackle some of these.
Should I stop sharing the screen?
Yeah. You can stop sharing. Vishal, I actually can't see the Q&A since I wasn't a panelist. If you wouldn't mind just chatting those over to me, I can pull one up from here. So actually, let's start with maybe a general one if that works for you. I think Super Bowl is still fresh in some people's minds as we're now seeing like the ad repeats on TV. So one of the questions we have is just which Super Bowl ad do you feel tackled storytelling in the most effective way? We know you can't play favorites, but if there's any that really stood out to you.
Oh, wow. Outside of the Reddit example, I thought I think it was the Jeep commercial, was really good at storytelling, only because it took almost the entire ad unit for me to figure out who the advertiser was, who the brand was.
Do you feel like that's so funny you say that because, I've seen whether it's on Twitter or just online, a lot of people are saying, we like when you don't know whose ad it is. And some people are like, oh, we don't like when it's like a completely separate topic. Like some brands are just trying to tackle this topic and they try to make it relevant for their commercial. But I think interesting because it keeps you watching.
Yeah, for sure. I think it keeps us on our toes as consumers, right? When we're trying to figure out who the actual brand is that's telling the story, which was, I thought, really interesting. And also the messaging of coming to the middle was very poignant and on time. So I thought it was a great execution of it.
Yeah.
However, there was some post Super Bowl drama with the actual, actor or in this case, the singer involved in the ad. Yeah. I don't want to mention the name.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Well, moving into another question from our audience. Kind of in the same light. How do you think brands can insert themselves authentically into stories that resonate with consumers? So I guess one example I'm thinking about off the top of my head is the Chipotle commercial, which, tied their mission into, environmental justice, working with local laborers and local farms. I thought they did a good job. How do you think, brands can leverage that?
Wow, this is above my pay grade. I wish just as my wife is a brand manager for a pharma company. She actually produces TV ads. So This is a question that she would definitely jump in. But I think it's just, I'm going to put on my consumer lens, right? As a consumer, I think when someone is authentic in their storytelling, it just resonates better with me. As a professional working with brands for 20 years, there's a lot of key components of, what's all kind of like the story arc of their existing brand, and try to stay fresh, but maintain that story arc is important. So they could stay on brand, but still tell new stories without washing down their brand. But as a consumer, I think it's just authenticity is what I gravitate towards.
Yeah, no, agree. Like for me, at least seeing Chipotle's, it wasn't like this completely random topic they decided to be a proponent of. Like they've always kind of talked in their ads about, their commitment to environmentalism and sourcing local. So, didn't feel too out of place. So another question we have are, what's on the horizon for Celtra? Any new product launches, enhancements, innovations? Not sure what's confidential, what's not.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit, I have to play close to the chest here on that. We're always shipping new features and products, very in line with what our customers are requesting all the time. And, as some of you may know, Celtra is kind of evolving, and we added creative automation last year to our portfolio from creative enablement. So this side of the business is fairly like a startup within a sustained and larger company. And I think the timing is right, because our clients and even our partners, agencies that we were engaged with, are telling us that there's just a massive demand for content being driven by, just what happened last year, obviously, because we're all at home and we have more time to consume on all our devices. And it's just creating this fast forward button moment for all of the brands to really get their storytelling engine in place. And it's just creating more demand for content.
No, definitely. I think on that note, some people want to know, we got a question of how can creative automation help brands make their performance-driven campaigns more interested instead of just running product shots?
Yes, so that's a great question. I would say, it's a push-pull for what we see. Typically media buying teams and brand marketers want to have a breadth of creative to optimize and test against. But with deadlines and running fast, it oftentimes limits them to produce all of these assets. So I would say having a variety of assets and creative treatments to test is number one, whoever they're using. But it's a challenge because a lot of times there's that human element of creative production where either in-house teams, agencies, freelancers, they're all using different workflows. And it's just tough to get that engine going or started going, because I know a lot of brand marketers who are like, oh, I would love to do this, but I know if I want it, it's going to take 4 months and it's going to be this cost. So they just stop before they even start.
Right. Because it's like, will this topic even be relevant in 4 months? Especially, some of these that are maybe not necessarily crisis driven, but culturally driven. I mean, things move so fast. You want to make an ad about something and 4 months later, it's like, is that topic even relevant anymore? Or does it still sit well with consumers?
Exactly. I'm sure that in the audience, I don't know if anyone will admit it, but there's tons of ads that are running and stories that are running that have old logos.
Oh, interesting.
A ton of them have gone rebranded. They've all rebranded, right? It happens all the time. I see this all the time on the DSP side from my experience. Like there's just old ads running in the wild, and we as consumers still see that.
Yeah, and it's funny because my background personally is in the political communications world. So when we make ads, it is for the next, we start running them the next day. So it's so interesting to see. And I was personally not on the ad side, so I can't even speak to what their workflow was, but it was expedited to an extreme because something would happen in the world and we would launch an ad, the next day or 2 days later in response. So it was, kind of like what we're talking about on steroids a bit. One of the questions we got was, how has COVID affected the creative process, and what are some strategies that you'd recommend for other creative teams to stay connected and work through these creative ideas while physically apart?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is more of a general of just communication. This leads to just all of us being remote, and we've seen from our side a challenge of teams that used to be highly functional together in the same office. Having to really be decentralized, and even more so of that repetitive, redundant, like email and slacking each other, files and zip files, to try to connect more, whether it's through a platform or through workflow, just to, because just being decentralized, I think slows down that creative, not only speed, but kind of like that, how do I explain this? Like just the, when you bump into someone in the hallway and you have an idea, right? Like that spark is kind of hard to get sometimes working remote.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Especially focus on that.
Right. And I can definitely see that in the creative environment. Like it's very hands-on. I'm so sorry someone's talking about me.
It's fine.
We're at home. So I can definitely see that for the creative, creative teams, how important it is to be in person. And I'm so interested actually to see, and maybe you already have seen this, like, we have Zoom for our video calls. Everyone's using it. We're, I think, using Slack more. What different technologies will be developed is for those in the creative field? If there's going to be an equivalent, like Zoom where you can, you can write things and be a bit more interactive.
Yeah, for sure. Like I try to do some creative stuff on the side, like when I can on the weekend, but I can't even imagine for creative teams, it must be hard to be decentralized right now. Because even on working with clients, right? Like I'm on Zoom calls all day with clients. I kind of miss that, spontaneous interaction that you get being in person.
Yeah.
So it's hard, but I think we're all trying to manage, but that's definitely one area where if you can engage and have more ideation sessions to unlock some of that creative thinking.
Yeah, no, definitely. It looks like we have one more question from the audience, and I know, again, you probably can't pick any favorites, but are there any brands that you're seeing that are doing a good job of this in terms of creative automation? Anyone's? I know you had a few included in the keynote.
Yep.
But yeah, anyone that you want to flag who've done a great job with this?
Yeah, outside of the Spotify use case I shared, I would say without naming names, like we work with a ton of I would say the top 2 sports apparel companies. I think they're doing a great job, right? And when you take a look at all of their product lines, it's impressive to have to market multiple categories and products, but also multiple genders and target audiences and how they're ideating and creating for all of those different segments. Because when you talk about DCO and optimization, it's only as good as the creative, right?
Yeah.
If you only have, let's say, 5 creative units and you're trying to do DCO, it's going to start to have law of diminishing returns, and you start having to feed the beast with more creative that lands with the audience. So I would say definitely sports apparel is doing a good job on that front. And I think, we'll start to see pick up in transportation and auto, because they have tons of products and portfolios that they need to tell stories. It's a big ticket purchase.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that's spot on. It's always interesting to see the auto commercials because you can do anything with them. You could be anywhere, and in terms of just like where they're putting you as a consumer in those commercials, it's always really interesting. Yeah. They have a lot of space for creative.
And I live downtown in Manhattan, and it's funny to always see like the Brooklyn Bridge shot, right? And then you have like, so I always look for that too. So
it's funny.
But that's another thing, right? Like I love car commercials, but some of the locations start to repeat across brands. You could think of that a location as a template, right? Like you always see like Valley Fire in Las Vegas. Yeah, exactly. So it gets harder and harder.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that's really interesting actually, especially as we talk to more of our automotive partners. Well, that is it from us for today. Anything else you want to close out with, Matt?
No, I really enjoyed being part of the sessions today. And, I hope everyone that participated, thank you for your time, and have a safe and happy rest of the week.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Matt. We'll see you back here soon. All right, everyone. Great session. We are going to be moving into our next session of the day. So this is a session from our 2021 kickoff event, which you guys probably saw little tidbits of in our sizzle reel earlier. So this session is with Kamal Bandal, the Vice President of Global Brand and Consumer Marketing at Align Technology. And this session is moderated by Lindsay Abramo, the Senior Vice President of Brand Partnerships at Group 9 Media. So let's get this one started.
Hi, everyone. I am so honored to cap off such an amazing day of inspiring conversation with my new friend here. So I'm Lindsay. I lead our brand partnerships over at Group 9 Media, which is a collection of 5 family brands, many that I'm sure you are familiar with and fans of. We have Now This and The Dodo and Seeker and Thrillist, and then most recently Pop Sugar, which is where I came from for the last 4 years, and as a result of our most recent merger about a year ago today. So super excited to be here on the stage with my new friend Kamal Bandal, who is fantastic. She's the VP of Global Brand and Consumer Marketing at Align Technologies, and she leads a worldwide team designing the brand strategy and consumer brand experiences over at Align.
Hi, everyone. Lindsay, thanks so much for curating this awesome conversation today, and to David and the Brand Innovators team for absolutely continuing to bring the brand community together during what continues to be a crazy year.
That's for sure. So on that topic, let's dive in with a topic that I think continues to be on the top of everyone's mind as we embark on this new year in the height and almost peak and midst of a pandemic. I know we've heard a lot about this topic throughout the conversations today, but I start with this question for you specifically, as every brand has had a very unique experience as a result of the pandemic, and I think Align has a very interesting story. So without saying too much from a proprietary perspective, of course, how has your business at Align changed as a result of the pandemic this year or last year?
You know, I think, Lindsay, like every brand out there and every marketer out there, everyone had to take a look at their individual business and figure out what changes, if any, we all needed to make. And for all of us, those were a lot, right? There were a tremendous amount of pivots, marketing word of the year, that we had to make as a team. And when you really think about the Invisalign experience and the Align digital platform, the good news is that our entire process is completely digital, right? And we as a marketing team very much had to take a look at our mix, our message, where we were investing, and ensure that we are in places that the consumer is at. And I think, you know, like you and I have chatted before, Lindsay, one of the things I always hold true is, as much as COVID changed everything, I think at the heart, what it's really brought to life for all of us marketers are some of those fundamentals and those foundational elements that have always held true. And that is being where your consumer is, right? Being where your audience is. I love what Mina was saying right before us in the conversation, and that is lead with the story, figure out what the story is, and then figure out what channel to place that story in. And for us, that was effectively the truth that we turned to, which was really thinking about our story, which hasn't changed, right? Invisalign is a brand for so many, whether you're looking at Invisalign for yourself or for your children or teens. It's one that applies to so many consumers. And for us, it was really a matter of how do we ensure that we're getting our message right and getting it out to consumers in the media channels that they're getting their information in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen a lot of trends emerge this year. I'm interested in what you think are a product of just that, just the pandemic will be short-lived, and those that may stay with us as an industry now.
You know, one of the things I think about is there's so many different trends that have emerged, right? From a consumer perspective, I think we're all consuming much more media than we ever have before, with life at home becoming the centerpiece for everybody. It's enabled us to consume more media, and that shift has certainly traveled much more so to the digital side. And I think that's a trend that's here to stay. I often say that the trends that were in motion prior to COVID have simply just accelerated, right? I think the world of digital media was accelerating prior to COVID, and now it's taken on a whole new life of its own. And that's a trend I think that's here to stay. I think another trend that's here to stay, and there was some great McKinsey data about this, is a focus on health and hygiene, and that elevated focus becoming a core part of who we all are. And it's a trend that was on the cusp of breaking out before, but I think it's taken on a whole new focus for everybody in light of the pandemic. And hence, I look forward to that staying true for all of us. And certainly, I think a good trend as we think about, all of us placing a little bit more focus on our own health and wellness. That can't be a bad thing, right?
Absolutely. And you hit on the hygiene part. I'm thinking back on when everyone would look at me on an airplane as I wiped everything down like a year ago, and they were like just rolling their eyes. And even as recent as like when I flew in March before the shutdown happened, people rolling their eyes. And I hope we never go back to that world again. I hope everyone is wiping everything down.
I agree. No more funny looks when that happens, right?
Right. So COVID has certainly also highlighted, I think, the ever important focus on brand purpose marketing in 2020. We saw it from so many different brands, those that were known for it, those who were dabbling in it for the first time. It's not only critical for creating a soul connection for consumers to brands, but this purpose-driven messages are also outperforming a lot of other brand messages. So with that said, you spoke about the importance of Alliance brand purpose and messaging around reassurance and optimism. Can you share a little bit more about why you rallied around those messages specifically in 2020? And then separately, what messages do you foresee being most important from a brand purpose standpoint in 2021?
So, two parts to that question, Lindsay, and I think my response is really single-minded in that our purpose continues to be transforming smiles and changing lives, right? It's the business that we started in so many years ago when the company was started, and certainly maintains our focus as we look forward in 2021. We've always been in the business of transforming smiles. And what's really exciting about our business is that we've got the doctors who treat patients day in and day out using our technology as a core part of our business that remains true. And we are so grateful, I would say, that we've been chosen by doctors day in and day out around the globe, 9 million smiles and counting, to be that trusted source or brand of choice, technology of choice for so many reasons. And as I think about moving forward in 2021, for us, it continues to be that focal point of really ensuring that we are bringing out innovations and advancements to our products in such a way that doctors continue to choose our brand as their trusted tool, and also really ensuring that as we become a part of that transformation that occurs with consumers, whether it's adults or whether it's teens who choose our product, that transformation occurs for them as well, right? We hear so often, and that's one of the things that I really love about this business is the stories that you hear from individuals after they've used Invisalign and how much their lives have changed. That's really the most powerful part of what we do day in and day out. And our focus will always continue to be to obsess about that customer, both on the consumer side, that end user, as well as the doctor who uses our product.
I love that. I love your obsession over customers. I know we've talked a lot about that in the past. How do you stay close to the consumer experience and anticipate what they need before they need it? I know Invisalign has invested in amazing technology to make this just such a leading product in the world of orthodontics. So I'm excited to hear about how you guys look at the consumer experience and, again, are anticipating what he or she may need ahead of what they need.
One of the things I think about and what we take a look at is taking a look at that entire consumer experience end to end, right? So it's looking at the journey at the very beginning all the way through the end point, right? And ensuring that during that moment of usage, that there is absolute delight that occurs. And so our goal and our mission is to always ensure that every interaction with our brand brings a smile to your face, right? And so as we look at anticipating what changes do we need to make, it's really against that particular threshold and that particular goal. If we're not creating that smile, then there's an opportunity for us to do better and to create that smile. And a big way that we gauge whether or not we are meeting that objective is to hear from consumers, right? We try to stay close to consumers to hear not only their direct feedback, but also indirect feedback through social listening, and really ensuring that we've got our ears open and we're using technology to our advantage to help us understand how are we doing? Where are the areas that we actually need to shore up our experience in such a way that might be different from what we initially thought?
Yeah. Do you have any examples where you've been able to listen to your consumers, whether it's soliciting feedback or based on shopping patterns, where you then change your product or marketing strategy based on that?
Yeah, so one of the things that we always think about is we hear from consumers all the time. If I knew what my smile would look like, what my new smile would look like, that would be really beneficial. And so when you hear that, whether it's through comments in social media or through primary research that you might do, that then aided us in creating a lot of the components of our technology suite. Inside of the My Invisalign app, for example, there's a smile view, smile simulation where you can take a selfie of your current smile and then see a simulation of what your smile may look like in the future. And so that's a great example of taking consumer feedback and incorporating it into our product roadmap.
Amazing. I think that can definitely push over people the edge when they can see it themselves, especially when you're sort of like in that stage of not knowing how important it would be to change your smile. So I love that technology. My husband and I actually recently downloaded it. We're pushing him in that direction. So
I love that.
Consumer soon. So shifting gears a little bit, I do want to dive into more of a 360 look at Align's unique positioning. I said it earlier, the company has completely disrupted the industry, created a new product that revolutionized the landscape altogether. In terms of your marketing approach, I'd love to hear about the marketing trends that you're seeing and how it affects your mix, and then apply it to something specific in highlighting what is an Align marketing program that you're most proud of over the last year.
Wow, so much packed into that question. So let's unpack that a little bit. A couple of things. I mean, I think that when you look at marketing mix, right, Lindsay, I think it goes back to being where your consumer is. We all know that consumers are spending their time, all of us are spending our time on our mobile devices, and also consuming ourselves in our social feeds or YouTube content or whatever digital video platform there may be. And so for us, that then dictates our mix, right? We want to be where our consumer is. And that said, on balance, you still have a wide variety of consumers who are watching linear TV, believe it or not. And hence, where our consumer is where you'll find us, because our job is to make sure we're in front of them. I think, the second part of your question related to marketing programs that we're really proud of. We've been very much connecting in with Gen Z over the past few years, I would say. And making the Invisalign brand relevant to Gen Z has very much required immersing ourselves in their world and ensuring that our brand becomes one that is synonymous with what Gen Z wants and expects. And so for us, what that's really involved is bringing Gen Z into the conversation, really helping us understand what changes do we need to make to our message, our marketing mix, how we show up, what points are highlighted in our communication, and how we should orient that conversation and bring it to Gen Z in a way that is going to be relevant for that particular gen. And so I'm particularly proud of all of the great work that my awesome team has done over the years in terms of making Invisalign a brand for Gen Z. We certainly have a lot more work to do in that department, but certainly a significant amount of progress, I would say, over the last few years.
Yeah, knowing Gen Z is a huge focus segment for Align, and the company, as the company shifts away from this perception that the products were really just for adults. I'd love to hear how you balance those priorities, knowing that you've had such success solidifying the company and the products with adults and changing smiles for so many years there. And how do you balance your time between the approach between these two audiences that are so vastly different?
Well, you've asked the age-old question. And I would start off by saying, look, like it's an and, right, Lindsay? It's not an or, it's an and. And one of the things that's really exciting is that we've been able to make Invisalign more and more of a household name that has become a part of Gen Z vocabulary, right? And a big part of how that comes to be is when you take a look at the experience itself. We're very, very proud of the fact and excited that we continue to be a product that has a role in people's lives and a positive role in transforming their smile and changing that life. And when that happens, you tell your friends about it. Right? You tell your friends about it, and that then grows naturally with an effect where that recommendation comes with so much more power than anything that I would say. A recommendation from you, Lindsay, to one of your friends is going to be much more powerful than what we as a brand team can say to our consumers. And so striking that balance really comes from ensuring that we create an awesome experience from the get-go. So for us, it's always about ensuring that every single person who has an experience with our brand has an awesome one, so that you then go and you talk to your friends about it, right? And you share and spread that word in such a way where your friends too will want to experience Invisalign.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine that given word of mouth being so powerful, that the influencer business is still really important to Align. So knowing that you straddle both the medical professional world and the consumer world, how has the influencer landscape changed for Align now that like doctors and healthcare professionals are becoming influencers in their own right, activating audiences on social outside of what a traditional beauty influencer once was?
Yeah, what a changing landscape for sure. I think the role of the doctor, right? The doctor is always at the center of everything that we do. And ultimately, it's the doctor who makes the decision on what's right for the patient. On the influencer side of the house, I think it's about ensuring that, just like we just talked about with everyone else, it's no different. It's ensuring that the experience is a good one, right? It's ensuring that it's an experience that's share-worthy and worth talking about. And the rest of the story really becomes a very authentic experience. We always want to ensure that the conversation is an authentic one, that the story that's told is an authentic one, true to the influencer's brand, also true to who we are. We always look for shared values and really ensuring that the two brands align with each other. And then the rest from there is the personal experience that the individual has related to their experience with Invisalign.
There was a little question on products. I don't know if you saw it. It says, do they have a teeth whitening product?
We do not have a teeth whitening product ourselves, but so many doctors who utilize Invisalign, who will provide the treatment for you, do offer whitening themselves as a separate product. So definitely ask your doctor about that one.
All right, shifting gears a little bit, and lastly, let's end on, I think, the importance and significance of strong leadership needed during a very challenging time. In the spring, the beginning of the pandemic, an executive coach shared an exercise with me about writing down one thing that when this whole thing is over, which at the time is hilarious to look back on because I think we all had different times in our mind of what that may be, how you look back and be really proud. What's one thing that you would do as a leader and be really proud of that you led your team through a very challenging time? So I'd love to hear from you on what the keys to your success is in maintaining morale and productivity and retention for your team during this challenging year.
Yeah, I'll start off by saying it's not easy, right? And I think that that's the first part of being able to navigate the situation, and also being able to lead a team through all of this. And I'll say that, one of the things that I've done is really try to connect in with people individually. And the reason for that is that when you take a step back and you think about what might be working for any one of us, it's going to be different for each person, right? The challenges at home for me are very different than the challenges at home for somebody else. And hence, I always try to ensure that I'm not making any assumptions about what that equity looks like and what each person's situation is in their individual home environment. And so for me, what that connection has enabled is to be able to understand at an individual level, what does each individual need on the team? What does balance look like? What are they juggling? What are the challenges that each person is juggling in their individual lives? Being cognizant of that and being empathetic to that, so that you can give everyone the space that they need in such a way that we are all being inclusive for what those challenges are. Because again, I'm at home and I've got my challenges with my dog barking in the background, and also being a mom of 2 kids and leading them through their days and making sure they're set. That is very different than what the challenges of somebody else on the team may be. And I think starts with having the awareness for what those challenges are, which only occurs if you make time to connect with your team and then listen in to what they're really grappling with, and figuring out a plan together to give them the flex that they need to make it all work.
I love that notion of inclusivity and really leveling that no 2 struggles or challenges are the same, yet they're all weighted with the same importance. Yeah. That is such an important message that will definitely stay with me for sure. And I think, it goes without saying, I think it sounds easy to just say, oh, make sure you get time with them face to face, but it is, or, video to video, it's going often, unsaid how important that is to really ask the questions how you're feeling and make sure that you're prioritizing that as part of the conversation, and not just assuming anything. So yeah. Obviously the year's been riddled with many obstacles, but certainly I'd love to hear what some of the silver linings are or lessons that you've learned that you'll take away from this last year.
So, what I'll say to that in terms of silver linings is one of the things I hope to retain from this time period is a focus on wellness for myself. I definitely fall into that group of people, or that trend that we talked about earlier, Lindsay, that I hope will stay, which is a renewed focus on health and wellness. I look back on the hustle and the bustle prior to COVID, and not to say that hustle and bustle still isn't here, but having the opportunity to bring wellness back into focus will be something I look forward to keeping.
Agree.
Here's David pulling us back in to close out. Hey, David.
That's what I got to do. I get to bring you on, but I got to close you out. It's the downside of the job. I will say we just had our, internal editorial planning discussions around, some of our next tentpole events, like what we'll be doing in March in lieu of Austin, South by Southwest, and some of the other key themes we want to tackle this year. And health and wellness was just front and center you know, obviously you have brands like Peloton and Lululemon, you have Headspace and Calm, and there's so many other incredibly interesting players that have emerged or have developed new offerings for people. And, you know, it's something that we're going to be talking a lot about. So, but to your point, it's become a priority for everyone, not just the physical well-being, which is important, but also our mental well-being. So I'm glad you brought that up. But this was so great. I was going to say, I have a message. My daughter is now a proud Invisalign customer as of the you know, mid pandemic. It was a change we made. So we are now an Invisalign family. So I wanted to relay that, Kamal.
Awesome. Really, really glad we could share Kamal's session. She's such an awesome member of our community. So before we dive into our next session of the day, which we're going to be joined by Morgan from HP. I just want to highlight some of our awesome speakers that are going to be joining us for our Trend Watch Temple Summit coming up in just a few weeks. So we are going to be joined by some amazing CMOs, including from SodaStream, White Castle, Krispy Kreme, Ruby Tuesday, Kimberly Clark, Domino's, and many, many more. We are going to be highlighting as well some challenger brands on day 3 of the summit. Some brands such as Simple Tire, Root, Casper Sleep, Third Love. And then the last day is going to be a day focused on diversity and inclusion in the industry. So we have some great speakers that day as well, including a panel with Carla Davis from Ulta Beauty and Eden Zillow from Unilever to highlight the new Muse campaign that Ulta Beauty is spearheading. So that's really exciting. So before we move into our next session, kind of in light of all of these awesome temples, especially for those new people tuning in, we just want to quickly highlight some of the work that we've been doing with a new sizzle reel that we just created, which specifically focuses on the sessions from our 2021 kickoff, such as the one that you just saw with Kamal. So if Vishal, if you're ready, I think we can play that sizzle reel. Awesome. All right, here you go, everyone.
Welcome to the official 2021 kickoff Brand Innovators event. I'm sorry to negate all of that calming energy. We have an amazing program to kick off this year.
Alicia, it's so good to see you.
Meenakshi, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm really excited to chat with Julie. It's my first event with Brand Innovators this year.
We have 3 days, over 30 main stage speakers, 13 different private roundtable discussions, everything from data-driven advertising to purpose-driven marketing, future of retail, entertainment and streaming, everything that you, the marketer, needs to know to have a successful 2021.
The brand purpose obviously is critical as brand stewards, as communicators, as strategic marketers. We need to understand what brand we're trying to build. As we entered COVID, we knew like this has the potential to be a catalyst and a galvanizing force for our entire operation.
People's psychology about the pandemic obviously changed week by week and month by month, where we had to really focus on safety and sanitation, contactless delivery, contactless carryout early on.
The entire pandemic, we've been working on just making sure that our content is speaking to the times, is sensitive to what people is going through, but is also continuing to evolve.
I'm sure that everyone here has seen babies and families and partners passing behind the Zoom or the Teams calls, and I think the ability to want to keep human and to allow for the integration of personal and professional lives is something that helps a lot and put people at ease.
We are shopping brands that are consistent with our values. We are looking for brands that have a point of view in terms of society and what is happening currently and current events, that are also close and working with our communities, and importantly, of course, that they are sustainable.
I think that's so important for brands right now to really make sure that they're not just sticking to whatever media plan or social plan they might have had before, they think they're supposed to do, or waiting for things to get back to normal. There's not a normal, there's not a thing to get back to. We're really in a place where we can only go forward and really progress.
Every single touch that we have with a consumer is an experience and is a representation of the core of who we are as a brand. And so all of those need to weave together. It's not a new concept. It has been around for years. But now consumers have raised the bar of the expectation of every single experience. The number of experiences in our brand ecosystem has exploded astronomically.
Think about your customers and try to see if you can map their unmet needs that kind of point you in the right direction for the kinds of things that you should be experimenting with. Obviously, testing and iterating kind of new things in a way that makes sense and that give you the confidence to really launch new things at scale.
On my mind, it's just B2C. Like we are on the same side, like their B is my B. What is more important, the structure, the processes, or the culture? I've seen places that have no structure, no process, but it works because the people are a certain type of people and it fits well with what they're trying to accomplish.
What is that story that any of us are telling, and how do we make sure that it's actually satisfying a need? Think about search, think about social advocacy, think about all of these other channels. Like, you need to be relevant and you need to be needed.
Well, the worst thing you can be in our business, as you know better than I, is irrelevant. We certainly are out of that, and now we're starting to see embracement. People have a feeling towards Gillette that's positive. And when you are able to combine love and respect, I think you're able to secure business for a long time.
We focus our PR only around March for Women's History Month and November for Women's Entrepreneurship Month. The closer you keep whatever area of purpose you explore and you dedicate yourself to what your brand stands for, the easier it is.
Awesome. So really glad we could see that. So even though we're a few minutes early, I do want to welcome our moderator for our next session. We have Joshua next, the president of Simon Data, to the stage. Hi, Joshua. And we are going to give Morgan just one more minute to get on the platform. So our marketer who's going to be joining us today is Morgan Chemich. He is a senior director of marketing and global UX and SEO at HP. So Joshua, whenever you get a chance, just try turning on your camera and your mic and we can get started soon. All right, we'll give him another minute. Oh, perfect. I think I see both of you on. To make sure, yeah, perfect. Hi Joshua, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, and Morgan, looks like we have you on as well.
I didn't know we were going to be doing outdoors at Mosey.
It was not intentional, I assure you. My wife and I got pulled to San Francisco, so I'm sitting outside of a friend's house.
Oh.
Well, it looks pretty nice. So Joshua, I will hand it over to you, and I'll be back at the end to wrap it up with you both.
Great. Thanks so much. And it's Morgan, great to see you as well. So, I think we'll start with a round of quick introductions. So I'm Joshua Neckes. I'm one of the co-founders and the president of Simon Data. Simon is a customer data platform. We focus on helping the world's brands better engage with their customers, and largely do that through helping them deliver what we consider to be world-class triggered messaging. So, everybody knows that they're supposed to be doing more automated messaging to their customers, but it turns out that it's pretty hard. That's really where we focus. And Morgan, do you want to do a quick intro for you and your background, and then we'll jump in here?
Yeah, sure. So Morgan Chemich, I oversee acquisition and retention marketing for HP's direct business. And so that effectively is the customers that would be coming to purchase directly from HP versus purchasing through a Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon, et cetera. Then my team's also responsible for global UX and SEO. HP operates direct businesses in 27 countries around the world. So it's really interesting and innovative, some of the stuff that we're working on and getting that global perspective adds a unique slice to things.
So Morgan and I were chatting, feels like yesterday, about sort of the summit and some of the topics that people have been covering. And I think Morgan, one of the places where we really, I think, both aligned is that the last 24 to 36 months have been pretty insane. And one of the questions I'd asked you was, what are the biggest shifts you've seen? What are the biggest changes that you guys have dealt with over at HP, and what's been surprising, and where have you guys had the most success in adapting to what has been a challenging new environment for everybody?
Yeah, so I mean, I think holistically, one of the pieces that I think, and I don't think it's unique to us, I think it's endemic of anybody working in marketing or just holistically, the level of speed to market and agility that I think businesses have been asked to embrace is probably one of the biggest game changers. I mean, working in technology, we do work at a relatively quick pace, but I think if I look back to late February, mid March, when all this kind of started to tip off, I remember my team runs CRM and email, and I remember looking at the creative, and we had March Madness creative, and basketballs and hoops and all sorts of great stuff. And then, kind of at the drop of a hat, as it were, we really had to kind of turn that down and realistically think about, at that point, a lot of the March Madness stuff, they were starting to talk about canceling it, et cetera. And kids were getting sent home from school. A lot of employers were starting to close the doors. And so, as a brand, I think HP recognized, like, hey, what are the changes that we're seeing in the ecosystem? And so, you started to see work from home becoming one of the very first trends, and then learn from home. And then really what we saw, surprisingly, was game from home. It's actually everything from home, but game from home. And so it was really interesting. Actually, you can look at whether it's the query volume or the category of product that we sell. It was really interesting to see, how quickly people are like, oh, we need another laptop for our children because they're not going to be able to share anymore. Oh, I'm so used to having a monitor at the office. I need a monitor at home. Oh, I can't print at the office anymore. I need a printer for home. And so it really kind of revolutionized not only our go-to-market insofar as the marketing communications that we were pushing out, but also as we looked at supply chain and what products we wanted to ramp up manufacturing on, et cetera. And so kind of as a broader ecosystem, I think we were forced to become very agile, very quick. And I think the other piece is, I think marketing oftentimes, as much as we try and have marketing be bi-directional and personalized one-to-one, I think, a lot of brands still do one-to-many, and it's not bi-directional. It's kind of the brand talking to the customer. And I think this was one of those moments where we started to really embrace customer feedback and really poring over you can imagine, just given our size, the amount of emails that we get on a daily basis from customers, whether it's like, hey, I can't find this ink for my printer that's a little bit older, or hey, I need help with this. And so to be able to be really reactive and proactive, as it were, understanding what customers were looking for and how we could facilitate better. So really interesting time. I think it's as terrible as the world outside is these days, being a marketer, it's really influential. And I can imagine there'll be many great college courses that are kind of created based upon what we're all learning about marketing over the last 12 months.
Well, it's interesting too, because I sort of group the brands that we see as falling into three buckets, right? There's brands whose businesses accelerated tremendously on the back of this. Zoom, great example. Peloton, great example. And these are businesses where it's just like, the pandemic represented just an absolute state change and an order of magnitude increase. And like the success that they're having in their marketing teams are trying to figure out how to just handle and respond to that. Good problems to have. There's another class of company, airlines, cruise companies, fitness companies. We work with folks like Equinox and Planet Fitness. Those folks, it's a devastating moment. Like there's really nothing you can do as a marketer to like get people to go to the gym when they're going to potentially catch coronavirus there. And really you're just trying to be responsible and let them know when the gym's going to be open. And then there are brands in the middle. I sort of see you guys as in the middle. And I think most brands kind of fall there, which is to say brands that could realize incremental value for their customers and differentiate based on the sensitivity with which they handle the problem, the thoughtfulness that they bring to it, the ways that they make adjustments to their products and services, or maybe not, right? They drop the ball, they don't step forward, they don't embrace transformation in a way that makes sense, and they're left looking regressive or insensitive or any other number of unfortunate adjectives. I'm curious, when you look around the brand landscape, where were you looking at? Who were you looking at for inspiration? Who do you think has handled the last period particularly well?
I mean, I think honestly, some of the companies that you mentioned, I think Zoom in particular. I mean, HP obviously has a great rapport with them. I think about how they've they've really kind of transformed a lot of what we do. And there's obviously other companies that play in this space as well. But I feel like because most of us, we're probably used to using Zoom or BlueJeans or WebEx, whatever, for the last couple of years as video became more dominant, and particularly those of us who have teams that don't all sit in the same location, it started to kind of carry beyond work to family and to home. And I think it really enabled connections at a scale that maybe didn't previously exist. And so, I'm an Android user, so I can't FaceTime. And so there's challenges like that when you want to get everybody together. My sister just had her 50th birthday. And so getting everybody together around the country with a single piece of technology that everybody understands, that's as easy as click. I think that's been pretty transformational. And, people who you usually visit 2 or 3 times a year, and just being able to spend a little bit of time Zooming with them, colleagues, whatever the case may be. And so I think that Zoom in particular has done a really phenomenal job. I think if you were to look more broadly, I think, we've as a family have started to do kind of a lot more of the food delivery options. And I think there's so many different things to stress about right now. And so I think when you look at, Blue Apron and some of the other companies there that have just made it easy and made it less stressful. And it's frankly, I hate to say it, I didn't used to cook with my wife. But now everything comes, it's really easy. We're never missing an ingredient. And so now we spend time listening to NPR and cooking dinner together. And I think, the companies that have figured out how to bring people closer together and make life better in an otherwise challenging time, I think those are the brands that I really kind of look up to. And I'd be remiss in not mentioning Disney Plus, frankly, because I think they just really have knocked it out of the park. Talk about bringing families together. I think they've done a phenomenal job with their catalog, releasing Mulan and other things that had been kind of in the vault that they're waiting for release, putting it out there to Disney Plus customers, and just their original programming. They've done a phenomenal job. Their growth story is incredible. And, there's so many different things to stream these days, but I feel like they've done a really phenomenal job across different axes, obviously each one of the 3 of them.
Yeah, my wife works at Disney Plus. We're a big Disney Plus household. They finally get it for free now, which is nice. That was actually not the case until this month. But no, it's super interesting. And I think one of the things that's really kept coming up for me in these types of conversations, and a lot of the brands that you mentioned, I think do this well, is that I think that the pandemic has sort of forced us to stop separating marketing from service. So many of the channels that were historically service, now we also have to recruit to deliver marketing messages, and vice versa. Where previously we might view a channel like Instagram as a place for mostly telling the story of our brand and putting out inspirational messaging and that sort of thing. People are going there to engage, directly and to ask difficult questions about the product that they may have purchased. Similarly, folks are looking to find ways to build that deeper customer relationship and to uncover what the customer needs and wants, in what are traditionally more cursory service interactions. And I think the brands that have been able to kind of make that feel normal, like the customer's just trying to have a conversation with you. I happen to be on Instagram. I got a problem with my laptop. Hey, HP, can you help me out? Not that people ever have issues with HP laptops, but if they did, and similarly, it's I happen to be on the phone with you, looking to figure out what's wrong with my phone. But that may be a great time to talk to me about hey, because of the pandemic, you're spending more time, on your phone, your minutes are low or your data's low, and it doesn't feel so smarmy as it used to if it's delivered correctly, because people understand that the spaces where they used to go for those types of interactions have collapsed. I'm curious how you guys think about this. We talked a bit about this yesterday, the sort of intersections of service and marketing interactions, where it feels good, where it doesn't feel good. Curious how you guys have thought about that and sort of what's worked and what hasn't.
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting evolution. So we started working with third party called Invoca effectively to understand the influence of the marketing that we were running when ultimately we've got people that would pick up the phone and call the call center. And obviously, that call center exists to support customers if they have needs, and then for existing customers, and then obviously to bring in new customers. And we weren't sure, based on the money that we're spending in paid search, display, et cetera, what we're driving to the website, how much of that traffic ultimately goes into the call center, and then tying it back to conversion, et cetera. And so as all of this is happening, obviously we're seeing an increase in call volume pursuant to kind of what you just highlighted, more people calling, more people using, chat online, you name it, just more brand interaction. And so what we started to do is, Invoca has this technology that effectively uses natural speech processing. So when somebody calls up, we get a better insight into, if you're calling for support, what exact kind of issue are you looking at? And then over time, when you think about like within 30 days, things start to fit into nice buckets. And generally, we feel like we do a good job, listening to things that are posted in our support forums and creating content. And we've got a huge proactive base of people that are already, replying, a lot of volunteers that act in that capacity. But as a brand, we're starting to get kind of unique questions that are coming in through the call center. And we're taking a lot of that data and a lot of those insights, and we're actually starting to funnel it back into things like our chatbot, so that the chatbot can answer more questions and, serve you right then and there, as opposed to you having to pick up the phone and call. We have a section of the site called Tech Takes, and that's, we've probably written about 1,000 plus short, medium, long form content articles, everything from increasing your frame rate to making your laptop battery last longer, et cetera. But we're taking some of these requests that are coming back and we're using it to actually inform the content that we're creating for SEO and just for content in general. And then the other piece is, we can actually go and look at, if you think about the individual sales agent, coaching a sales agent to make them better and, have them better identify customers' needs and kind of help them through the purchase journey. If you think historically, that would be somebody listening in on the call, kind of muted. Now with this technology, instead of having one person there, technology allows you to do that at scale. And for every single call that comes in, the calls that close, what's working, the calls that don't close, what's not working, and to really give that custom feedback at the individual call agent level. And so really around like using some of the newer technology that exists out there, and everything from helping it to inform training, helping it to, inform the content that we're putting on site, helping to make our chatbots and other technology better. It's really interesting. And I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier with just agility and kind of, thinking through new solutions and innovation.
How did you guys approach that process of making those things feel good when they weren't an area of excellence or expertise necessarily for you previously? I mean, I think there's a lot of heartburn and anxiety about making those big investments in things like chatbots. And maybe you guys had already spent significant time there. I mean, certainly, IT and computing is a space that's been a little bit more progressive just based on the ordering cycle and the nature of those products. But I'm curious, was it a bit of faith? Did you guys have strategies for skilling up in those areas? I'm curious how that process looked.
So I think there's two different components. I think there's like a brand comfort and then there's a user comfort. And I think they have to the timing has to coincide with both, right? I think if you look at things like, up until not that long ago, my dad wasn't willing to put his credit card into a computer to purchase things online. But because of COVID, it was the only way to do things. And so eventually he folded. And that's a pretty common phenomenon, actually, that has happened over the last 12 months. I think if you think of things like chatbot and utilization of chatbots, 3 or 4 years ago, nobody would have even known that they were on with the chatbot, right? It wasn't necessarily called out as clearly. It would say, talk to Jane, right? And nobody would say that Jane's a chatbot, being run in the cloud, et cetera, et cetera. But now people see it and they generally know it's a chatbot, or you announce it's a chatbot. And those people who know the ins and outs say live operator, and Jane will automatically put you in touch with somebody live if you need to speak with somebody live. But I think it's really the level of consumer adoption. And so I think when we started to see, and that it's not necessarily purely COVID, but I think over time we've seen things like chatbots become more the commonplace. And so, while there is still a little bit of internal selling that has to go on, to prioritize a chatbot deployment versus some other kind of IT deployment, I think you also parallel it with, rising costs, right? It costs money to have people in a call center, whether it's, in the Philippines or, in India or in the US, right? That all costs real dollars. And I think, particularly now when customers are expecting, they're expecting to have product within 2 days, right? Because of kind of that Amazon effect. Like, I think big brands are having to figure out, okay, where do we deploy technology to drive efficiency? And then we take those savings and we redeploy them somewhere else. And so in this instance, you're deploying technology to generate efficiency, and you're taking the savings and you're redeploying it to your supply chain operations to get customers what they need faster. And so generally it's a win-win. Obviously, as a brand, we'll always have people staffed at the phones. That's not going away anytime soon. But if we can help customers get what they need faster, and frankly, like, we also looked at a lot of the use cases for chatbots, the frequency of like people just wanted to track a package. Why would you sit on hold for a couple minutes and talk to somebody and read the tracking number and skip a digit and have to read it to them again? And so I think there was just a myriad of different elements that kind of have to come together. But I think certainly, having the right people believe in it across, your technology team, your overall operations team, your strategy team, there's a little bit of selling involved, I'm not going to lie, but I think we generally try moving at the pace or a little bit faster than what we see our industry peers doing. And it's nice being in a technology business that's been here for 80 plus years. We've seen, a lot of companies come and go in those times, and we're still standing strong. So it seems like it's working, whatever the approach is.
So, and it's interesting, like, as you're telling that story, obviously you're at a brand innovator summit, and you're a marketer by trade in some respects, but also your remit is much broader than that. It seems to encompass UX, design, product thinking, which, to your point about HP being progressive, is progressive. We don't see a lot of that out there. We encourage it. Certainly, I think there's huge elisions and sort of a realignment happening around responsibilities. Folks are starting to recognize that their marketing is, in many cases, a product. It's not actually marketing in the classic sense of like, we're throwing a bunch of ads out there. It's like a sustained brand image that must be managed like a product, and the flows of users through those assets are very product-like in their way. How do you think about running your team and structuring your team, given the diversity of skills and folks on it? And how do you bring out the best of that cross-functional mandate while reducing confusion or, some of the challenges that come with bringing those things together?
Yeah, I think I would say that our organization structurally, within my team anyway, is set up, while we do operate across different categories, with print and laptops and accessories, et cetera, rather than taking that approach, we still have things generally lined up by marketing function. And so, we've got the BI team, we've got the CRM team, and then, you've got your paid search, your organic search, affiliate marketing, display marketing, et cetera. But I will say one of the really interesting things I took on UX about a year and a half ago is bringing that UX thinking in. Whether it's things like the ad creative itself, it's not always like, how can we change things within the actual landing environment? It's everything, that kind of UX way of thinking. It even applies to like when we do PowerPoints now. People are thinking more about like the vertical and the horizontal logic and everything flowing together nicely, and more images, less text. And so it's been really inspirational insofar as kind of having that lens and having it apply to so many different aspects of what we do. I think we pull them in a lot more than we potentially used to. And I think it's been relatively transformational. If I think of something like SEO, for example, right? Going back to that Tech Takes, and we've got 1,000+ articles we've created. We just reskin them because the UX team's like, hey, you guys are creating great content, but there's some basics here that if you move this and, made the search box a little bit bigger, et cetera, you would see improved page engagement. You'd see improved page engagement via lower bounce rate, increased time on site, et cetera. And so, we A/B tested the templates, and lo and behold, the new and improved UX design won. And so everybody wins in those instances. And so I think it is a little bit of a provocative setup, Josh. But I think, if you've got the right people thinking the right ways, you can drive a lot of success by doing things that maybe would buck the trend, as it were. And so it's a really interesting use case.
Totally. It's one of these things where everybody knows that like the skill sets that made sense 20 years ago are not the same skill sets that help you win today by themselves. In many cases, people also don't sort of attribute enough value to those things because it's very easy to focus on what's new and shiny. But what's funny is that like businesses still organize themselves like they did 20 years ago in many cases. Not always. You know, we're seeing a lot of folks move to tribal models or cross-functional models, which is great. You know, I think the challenge with those things is to not make them feel performative, to give real accountability shifts as opposed to just like, oh, we hang out with those guys from the data team or from the UX team or from the CRM team, you know, every, you know, week or two, and we have some shared projects together. But really, I still report up into my VP of marketing, and that's all I care about. You know, and it's challenging to make them feel real without rebuilding your business from the ground up, which we all know is not going to happen. Tragically, you know, there's a lot of value in the retaining of the things that have worked in the past. So, you know, it's interesting to sort of hear your take on old versus new and how you guys are integrating those things. I think it would also be interesting to hear the way that you guys think about, you know, bringing in technology to support those things. So, you know, we spoke a bit about chatbots, and I thought that was an illustrative example. What do you view as like the sort of table stakes maturity, you know, vis-a-vis, you know, customer tech today, you know, for you guys? And to be more specific, like, you know, I have a lot of conversations with people that are like, oh, like there's all this new tech out there, and there's machine learning, and there's predictive stuff, and like, you know, I need to buy every new thing that's out there, or I need to just make sure that I buy every new module that Salesforce releases, or I only want to work with small vendors, you know, because they have, you know, particular expertise and they're not selling me this bloatware, you know. And so it becomes very challenging to understand like what the right way is to orient to like looking for new technology in the general case, and then picking it and building a stack in the more specific case. Maybe to start off, you know, how do you think about finding new technology, whether it's from your existing partners or from, you know, from new partners? Do you start with a problem? Do you sort of keep your eyes on trade press? Like, you go to conferences like this? Like, what have been the ways that you've managed to find and unlock new capabilities?
Yeah, I think a lot of it. So there's a couple different avenues, right? There's the classic like boss's boss gets some solicitation, and so works its way down to you to go ahead and run it down, right? And to take the 30-minute call just to say you checked the box, right? So nobody necessarily likes those, but every once in a while you'll find a winner, right? There's the random solicitations that you get directly that are like, oh, that could be interesting. You know, where I would say we've probably had more of the success has actually been through like, what's the problem you're trying to solve for? Right? Like, I don't need a solution that's going to solve for a problem I didn't know I had. I mean, it's great, but obviously if I didn't know I had it, how big of a problem was it, right? So like, case in point, you know, because we're a manufacturer, you know, prices change. You know, we need to maintain price parity. We need to have map pricing. And so as a result of that, sometimes we'll send an email, and the price that was in the email when we created it and when we sent it is not necessarily the same as the price on the website that we can change a little bit more quickly, right? Like we can make changes to the website relatively fast, as you can imagine. But an email, once it's already in your inbox, like, oh, well, how am I going to fix that? And I don't want to deliver a bad customer experience because there was a change in price, or, you know, we promoted something heavily in a TV campaign or whatever the case may be, we sold out of it. And so to that end, you know, I was like, what can we do that's going to allow us to change the content of an email after it hits somebody's inbox? And so obviously through a little bit of Google searching and refining my search, and finally nailed it. I found a couple different companies that proclaimed that they could do this. And then ultimately we settled on one called Movable Ink that's really does phenomenal, kind of best in class, where after that email is already in your inbox, when you open it for the first time or the second time or the third time, every time you open it, a pixel fires, and it can go ahead and refresh constant instantaneously. And so if you think about, you know, a product that was out of stock, I can swap a new product in. The price has gone down. We can go ahead and modify the price. If you think about use case from like where's my product now, like from a shipping item, instead of the customer having to kind of dig through their emails to find the latest ship notification, they can just open that original email and it'll automatically show that FedEx truck moving along closer to your house. And so, use cases like that ultimately save us a lot of time, because we were spending, the day the email had to deploy, they had to go and recode. And even though it's just a price change, you still have to recode it. You still have to go ahead and maybe delay the launch by a few hours, whatever the case may be. And so the cost of doing something like that versus having technology where you can go and modify things in real time and kind of deliver that optimal user experience. And so I think more often than not, it's the team holistically recognizes, hey, there's an opportunity or a problem. How do we go ahead and solve for it? And so that necessity is the mother of all invention. I'd say necessity is the mother of all vendor selection. Anyway, that's how we do it. So what should every company have? I mean, that's a tough one. For me, I would say like an attribution solution that everybody buys into and believes, and everybody knows how much to attribute to display, because that's one of the ones that comes up a lot. But I would say like a really strong attribution solution is probably one of my top items that I think any company needs to have. And I think frankly, like a really solid CRM platform holistically that can connect all the pieces together. Obviously with where we're going with customer data, we're kind of in this unique space. And so I think, as with most other big brands, we're using Salesforce, and, they do a phenomenal job. And, through their acquisition, whether it's Datorama or MuleSoft or whatever the case may be, like they keep acquiring companies that kind of fit a lot of our evolving needs. And so if you look at it like that, I mean, I think the other piece is just having a couple of very strong strategic partners. And we'll go away. Like we don't always buy what Salesforce is offering. Like Movable Ink was not a Salesforce product, for example. Even though they offer similar technology, like you should still go for the best in class solution. But I think if you've got, 2 or 3 really strong strategic partners that understand your business, are willing to work with you on price, and really willing to put some skin into the game, I think it's much better than having this ecosystem of 20 different platforms from 20 different vendors and 20 different client success teams. So I'm probably a little bit of a, when it makes sense to have it consolidated, like don't fear consolidation, but by the same token, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. There are some, not everything is truly one size fits all.
And once you have that ecosystem, so you've made your big investments, you've got your strategic partners, how do you think about managing it? Do you guys primarily work through agencies? Do you have so for your Salesforce deployment, do you guys have like a heavyweight sort of service contract on top of that? Do you have internal expertise? Is it a blend? Like what looks good to you?
So we actually I've been at HP about 5 years now. I think about a year and a half in, I was just looking at our agency fee structure, and the CRM structure seemed like we were spending a little bit more than we needed to. And so we moved from a 30 to 40 person agency team with 3 people in-house to an exclusive in-house team. So we insourced the whole thing, and now it's still a very lean model, but we eliminated a considerable amount of waste and 7-figure savings by bringing it all in-house. And we use the technology, we understand the technology, and so I think, and that's not going to work for everything, right? Like not every channel, I think any brand that says, oh, we do everything in-house, or we outsource everything, that's not the right way to think about it. I think you really have to figure out, where is it worth really investing in having the subject matter expertise in-house and owning the whole thing, versus like, where is it okay to pay a little bit of a premium to have an agency do some of this work for you? And so, yeah, I mean, I would say for us, we probably are about 25% agency and about 75% in-house when I think about all of our different marketing channels. And then I think the other beauty of that is like, you're able to like bring up best in class talent, and they're able to transition from one part of the organization to another part of the organization. And that obviously eliminates churn and helps with employee retention and employee engagement, which is obviously critical these days.
Totally. I'm going to open it up here in a second for any questions from the audience. So if you want to send those in, I'll make sure to add them. But while we wait for folks to sort of chime in, one other question I had. So you mentioned attribution, which is always one of the most challenging issues facing marketers. Attribution solutions that everybody believes, I believe, is exactly what you said, which is always the hard part. How do you guys approach it?
I think it took a lot of selling internally, and then it took a fair share of testing. Honestly, we did some go dark tests with text ads, product listing ads to see, for example, like, okay, like is SEO undercounted or overcounted? And so we would literally like, I think the test that we ran over the course of 6 weeks to eliminate a lot of the things that you can see insofar as seasonality. And, we had entire days, we would just go completely dark on text ads. You had PLAs and SEO live, and then we would turn off PLAs and you'd have text ads and SEO live. And then you turned off, PLAs and text ads, and only SEO was live. And so over the course of 6 weeks, we were able to really garner data to establish, the overall weighting that each of these channels should really have and to understand them. And then if you think about something like display, your standard kind of incrementality test, Smokey the Bear, Red Cross, PSA versus, traditional display ads and, your holdback group. And so, we've done a lot of testing. And so we've got a lot of the data that backs up how we arrived at where we are today. And I think, as organizations are increasingly data driven, you need to have the data to back up the story. Being the loudest guy in the room doesn't work anymore at most companies.
No, in fact, it's often really bad. People think you're trying to hide something. Attribution, particularly when it comes to paid, is really, really challenging. We've seen just like so many vendors fall down, particularly in a world now where the walled gardens, really make it challenging to understand true attribution for lots of reasons. They want you to do that reporting within their platform. They don't want you to think about comparing platforms. And they just generally want to protect their data assets. Can't blame them for it, but it becomes really hard, to sort of do that black box, logarithmic regression analysis, without actual data or without real data. And so you just end up with like a lot of false equivalency. I think Facebook is still, coming out with like more evidence that they knew and were knowingly misleading customers about their ad performance when people had just been pumping money into that ecosystem, with certain assumptions about ROI. And like, obviously, at the end of the day, the only data you can trust is the data you own, fully. And even then, there are huge issues with that. But all of us have to work in this landscape of like relative data confidence. Like, do we agree that this particular third-party data source is accurate enough? We all understand that we're not going to send emails on the back of third-party data because we know that there are questions around it, but we're willing to use it for ad targeting because we see lift. So it's also this really interesting question around like, what is the right way to attribute? What is the right way to leverage insight? And like, where is there opportunity for incrementality without risk? Where is the risk marginal but good enough? Where is the risk, too great? It's and that's also, that question's also evolving, right? Like, we're seeing some of the regulatory work that's being done around CCPA and GDPR, incremental to what's already been done. And the world is going to change. Cookieless world is an interesting one for many businesses. So, do you have what you would call properly like a data strategy? Like, do you think about it in those terms? Is it mostly an application? Like, who's responsible for that? Particularly given the interdisciplinary nature of your role, I'm wondering if there's somebody who looks after that at your company.
So we're fortunate to have a relatively large marketing arm holistically. And so there is a team that's responsible for that. You've got everything from data privacy and compliance, down to overall data strategy, kind of holistically, we've got that. And then specifically within my team, the BI team really helps us with audience selection and, who we go after, how we go after them. Look, at the end of the day, I think there's like this metaphor around like crawl, walk, run, right? And I think for a while, HP and I think a lot of other brands had kind of been at like this nice pace, like I'd say maybe we weren't running, we were kind of like nice calm jog, doing okay. But I think, with all the changes that have come about with CCPA and obviously GDPR and the different solutions, whether it's, Flash Talking has their own tag, LiveRamp has theirs, Google has Flock or Turtle Dove. Like a lot of companies are back to walk. Because I think we're having to recalibrate. And even if you have best-in-class technology and best-in-class people, this ecosystem is still relatively evolutionary. And so I think it's going to be a little while. I think come back to me with that question in a year and maybe 6 months, and I'll have a more solid answer for you.
Got it. Okay, so any questions from the audience? Just conscious of time, and I know we got started a little early, so I'm just I don't know if the conference is running early more broadly. So, okay, well, not seeing any. So absent, additional questions. Morgan, what are other things that are sort of top of mind for you right now as you're thinking about planning out 2021? Are you feeling bullish on the year? Do you have particular things that you're really focused on after a lot of capacity building last year? Like what's top of mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we look at like our overall customer flow, I think there was definitely a really high need for technology. And I think there still is, right? But I think if you look at that transitional period from March through July, the first stimulus check came in, people have been buying technology at kind of a breakneck pace, right? Like I said, like all these people who only had one laptop in the house now have two. I had to buy 2 new computers for my kids because they're homeschooling. People who hadn't had a printer at home. And so I think for us, there's probably a few different elements that as a brand we're looking more closely at. I think one of the big ones is around subscription. I spoke to Blue Apron earlier, but I think the subscription model is one that I think more and more people are more comfortable with. Not having to necessarily go out. And even when things get back to normal, like I think people are going to have a new value for their time and their social interactions, and they're not necessarily going to want to go to the store to buy stuff. And so I think subscription, so we've got something called Instant Ink. And so, the printer talks to HP, and we know when you're running low on ink, and for, we've got different tiers, but for $5 a month, for example, you never have to worry about running out of ink ever again. Which I think now is kind of critical. Like you don't want to have to go to Office Depot or wait a day or two to get something delivered, or even with Instacart, wait a couple hours to get something delivered. And so I think that type of technology where you can have something before you even know you need it is important. So I think subscription is big. I think going back to all the new customers that came in over the last year or so, I think having a really well-honed retention strategy, and part of that's email, part of that's loyalty. I think that for HP and for other brands is obviously starting to become even more important now than ever. And I think it's challenging for an industry like PCs where there's not, with the exception of Apple, I don't think there's a ton of loyalty in the PC industry. Unfortunately, it's kind of akin to, again, Apple. When you talk about phones, you're either an Android person or an Apple person. And if you're an Android person, it varies by country, whether you're on, a Samsung or a Google Pixel or whatever the case may be. And so I think, that loyalty component is really critical as well. So I'd say those would probably be the areas where I think there's a lot of opportunity, and we're going to continue to kind of focus in. I think, we'll be launching new subscription products, to kind of capitalize on that. I think because of, again, Disney Plus and, some of these other, had Netflix. Did you know Netflix still actually had a disc service? I was kind of mind blown when I read that. But we started getting hooked on these subscription services. If you think back to when we were younger, AOL and Prodigy, but like certainly in recent years, the Netflix of the world that got people comfortable spending, and then obviously cell phones, and now it's practically everything. And so I think, as a brand, whether it's HP or others, just being able to adapt to customer purchase patterns and how customers have changed how they interact with brands and what their expectations are. And I think, a good subscription model enables you to kind of capitalize on that. So anyway.
Yeah. Last question from the audience. Any predictions for 2021 overall for the industry? Like where you think, and I think industry sort of marketing more broadly, like how you're seeing the messaging and the orientation of the customer evolve?
I think we've seen influencers have always been a thing, right? What I think we're starting to see with like Instagram and Facebook and the social platforms in general, allowing influencers to make a lot of their content more shoppable, I think is really social commerce has existed in one form or another for a while, But I think, when you take influencers and social commerce and kind of put them together to the point where, somebody can go ahead and post something on Instagram and it's actually shoppable now, where you can actually just go ahead, you see something you like, the influencer does a post, you like it, you can just go ahead and purchase in feed, right within Instagram. And, on the back end, HP is getting that order data, and we're going ahead and fulfilling it. And to the end customer, it's totally a seamless process, right? It benefits the customer, it benefits the influencer, it benefits the brand. And so I do think that we will probably see the true rise of social commerce. It's kind of like QR codes, like they've been around since 2008, but like now I'm kind of seeing them and using them on a much more frequent basis. I just installed the Ring. I scanned the QR code with my phone. It saved me a bunch of steps. I was at somebody's house recently and I was sharing their Wi-Fi via QR code as opposed to typing it all in. And so all of those types of components. So I think there's a lot of evolution, but for me, I think that social commerce is really starting to come into its own. And I think the brands that are able to adapt to it and have the right product fit are going to be very successful. I see Isabel's joined us, which means we're getting kicked off.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm the manual cue. Well, thank you both so much for joining. Anything else, Josh or Morgan, you want to say to wrap up? I don't want to cut you guys short at all.
No, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you guys so much for joining. We just have one session left actually today. So I'm thrilled to welcome those speakers. We are joined by Ben, who is the Executive Director of Brand Experience at JP Morgan Private Bank. So welcome, Ben, in your famous green room. And this session will be moderated by Travis, who is the Vice President of Sales for North America for Quantcast. So welcome, Ben and Travis.
Yeah, thank you so much, Isabel. Huge thanks to Josh and Morgan and all the great content delivered through Brand Innovators and Ben for making the time today. So Ben, again, thanks for spending some time with us. Looking over your career, and after I got done feeling bad for myself, I saw that you've been at Amex, you've been at LHW, Remy, you've been at now JP Morgan. So much of those brands are just tied with innovation throughout media and marketing. I was curious to just kick us off in where were there threads that have come through all of those different organizations throughout your career that have been key to innovation throughout.
So thank you, Travis, for the first question and for being here. And again, shout out and thanks to Brand Innovators, as always, for having me and having all of us get together, because the community that you create is, in my opinion, one of the best marketing and branding groups that exists, and really brings together a phenomenal group of people across disciplines and across the industry. So again, thank you all. And for those listening and with us still or joining us now, thrilled to have you here. And so to answer Travis's first question, though, I think that is, having worked across different disciplines or within brand and marketing, but across different industries, one thing that's been consistent in terms of driving innovation and that was really ingrained in me at American Express is a deep focus on the client and who they are in all aspects of their life, not just in the specific product or service or offering that is on the table at the moment. So deep commitment to understanding and delivering unique experiences and offerings for the client. And second, with that, a deep focus in service. And obviously service was sort of where I started and where I am back here at the private bank currently. But, commitment and a belief in serving individuals, and of course at scale, but remembering that we are people serving people has been a constant. And then third, Travis, for this one is collaboration and partnership. And I do think that's a trend that is increasing even more so in this day and age, but more, throughout my career, the ability to collaborate and the ability that for brand innovators and marketers and people in our industry to bring different talents and different groups of people together to create unique experiences and unique, marketing and products, et cetera, that will help drive the business and brands forward. Is those three things have been constant, no matter the industry or product or offering.
Yeah, I think that's a really great way to kick us off. For Quantcast and the unique view we have over the entirety of the internet, I'm always surprised at where different triggers that will have an effect on an audience, either through conversion or adding to an awareness set for a client that we didn't see coming or wasn't kind of readily expected by anybody, and that I think certainly true at this point in time that we're in today. So kind of same question flipped on its head. What are the unique threads that were kind of different in each of these stops? So hotels, credit cards, you've got some CPG, and now financial services, which is just a great mix, by the way. So it's a lot of different verticals.
Yeah, it's a good. And now that I'm in the banking space, it's a balanced portfolio. Or I'm trying making it up. But no, I think what's interesting. I mean, Amex, clearly there's parallels separate of financial services, but the parallel between American Express and my work at JP Morgan now and JP Morgan Chase at large obviously have literal parallels being in financial services. But I think the human aspect to the work, and even though the vast majority of what we're doing now and what we and the way clients interact with us is digital and mobile and online, as well as in person, in non-COVID times, of course, but that in more detail, that those two things have been more closely connected. I think with Leading Hotels and then Remy Martin. So with Leading Hotels, clearly that was about creating experiences for people to go have in the world at incredible independent hotels. For those who aren't familiar, it's a collection brand that represents and does sales, marketing, and distribution for nearly 400 incredible independent hotels in the world. And I still am involved with a few of them and love to stay at them in general. But for them, my work there was also around dual-sided market, where we were all in service of the hotels and helping the hotels reach new consumers and create new experiences. And then, of course, bringing end consumers and travelers to those destinations and properties to experience the level of hospitality that Leading Hotels created. So those, it was very experiential, but really what we were serving as a revenue generator, right? If we weren't driving revenue in that role for hotels, there'd be an issue for them to pay their membership fees and to be part of the community that we were serving. So that was a bit hardcore more e-commerce and branding. And then, of course, bringing some signature unique experiences to life in hotels and in market, which was great. And to bring it to Remy, obviously Remy, very experiential in terms of waiting, both on premise in bars and hotels, many Leading Hotels as well. And Remy, but a lot of Remy's market share and focus was on liquor stores and people consuming at home. And that's only increased from my colleagues who are still doing the good work of bringing to life the House of Remy Martin in the world. It was a incredible time to help people experience the brand, be it in a cocktail or neat, or obviously, paired with interesting foods and a whole world of experiential things to have. But content, PR, events, influencers, a lot of the things that one would imagine or expect within the spirit space was really exciting and dynamic. And of course, the partnership with local sales teams and local teams and retailers and distributors in market was equally as critical as the more national or large scale PR and activations we did. But I think for me, it's been a blend. Just to close out this question, I think it's been a blend of highly service driven firms, but also experiential and in person. And I do think that for those of us who've spent time just working on things that are digital or things in person, or I think it's important, and I think I see things differently, and I've had different experiences to round out, to your point earlier, Travis, that to be able to work across a lot of different touch points and mediums, so to speak, has been good. But I think I'd bucket those in that way.
Yeah. Certainly, some of the points you made about your time in hotels and the connection between revenue. It's really interesting to see the effect, and we'll get to this later, that a great marketing team can have on a sales org, right? You definitely see a step forward in productivity, pride, just overall ethos of the organization. So out of all of that, is there one experience or just moment in your career that really shines out in terms of innovation and bringing kind of all of these things from content to influencers to PR together?
No, great question. So I won't speak about with the private bank. We're working on lots of innovative things right now, but can't speak in full detail, of course, on that. But more from the past, I'm thinking of two things that span Amex and leading hotels in terms of co-creation, and both on B2C and B2B. So at Amex, we did when we were working on new benefits and literally new features for the Centurion card, the Black card, and Platinum. We also, Platinum and Black were one team at that time when I was there. But it was innovative for Amex because instead of just doing a standard research project and looking at what benefits people were most interested in and use the most, and more of a rational look at it, we did do that, but we decided to have a panel and a group really that came together of card members and a variety of different places and different backgrounds, and we brought them together to help co-create their own experience for their own new benefits. So they were involved in building that out with us. And I do think that was pretty innovative for the time. And even now, it's something I think we would benefit from in my current job. But staying co-creating with actual consumers was very positive for me as an experience looking back. And it helped us combined with the other quantitative data that we learned to bring this qualitative insight and have the buy-in and the engagement from consumers who were doing it to help create the future of their own experience. It wasn't about the nominal fee that they were paid to participate in doing this. They were all excited and contributing to their own brand experience. And that also shows the power of the Amex brand and that experience, where they were passionate about the product and their experience, and they wanted to help build a new future. And then the second one quickly is leading hotels. When the firm itself rebranded, and we had a good group of people, obviously internally and with hoteliers, but was the partnership with the hoteliers around helping to define and strengthen what we stood for in a differentiated way. The leading hotels in the world name says they're the best hotels in the world, right? So that was a critical moment that I'll never forget, was when one of our board members said, we are the best. Would you just say we're the leading hotels, the best hotels? And we were like, well, that it's true that we believe that, obviously, and that is a badge and a seal of approval. But it was more about having them be involved in going deeper. And our CEO at the time, Ted Tang, is an incredible thinker and leader who really pushed all of us, including the current CEO, Shannon Knapp, to think and go deeper and go beyond. Why? How can we be, more different, more differentiated? What are the proof points that make us the best? And I think that the level of collaboration on a B2B side was also, a powerful way toward innovation. So two examples there, Travis.
Yeah, I think that's great, because it gets at not just, what folks want, but what gives you a real window into what's driving that desire, right? What makes that key for them.
Yeah. And one last thing on the B2B though, and is that they walked different groups walked the journey with us, right? So I know that's obvious that they when it was time to reveal and roll out and be out in the market with our new evolved model from a business standpoint and our marketing, everyone was already bought in. But a critical thing is when we were designing the group, the committee that would help us do this, we also didn't want just the people who loved us. It was critical to find those in the middle. And I know many of us on the phone are probably focused on Net Promoter Score and moving the middle. But the ones on the far end who bought it is, I don't really like you guys, but you bring me revenue, great. There were a few hotels like that, and then some who just love us, and we're all in. We didn't want to have an echo chamber, but the middle group was the ones that really, I think, helped us get to a more innovative and interesting place. And that's a lesson that I always take and put into practice now.
Yeah, that is really, really good. Any outstanding stays from that period, just out of curiosity?
Well, this one, the best. I know my wife is in our house, obviously, with me working across the way. But she'd probably say this was the worst trip that I took. But we did get to go to Morocco, Switzerland, and Uruguay for filming and creating the new content, both photography, video, all sort of our new photo library and advertising around this campaign was an 18-day trip. So I was gone, and we had a 2-year-old son at the time. So I was not being a good dad, but at the same time, I did on that trip, I found out that my wife was pregnant with my daughter. So it was a deeply meaningful time personally to find that out. And I couldn't tell anyone because it was early days. So I ended up, we had a big night as we wrapped up shooting in Morocco. I could reveal that later once my daughter was further along in coming to join us.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Just as a little bit of a point to differentiate in my house.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to be on the phone in the same room. Apparently somebody talks too loud and it might be me. Okay.
But all hotels are good. I didn't answer the hotel, but all the hotels are all amazing. I can't pick a favorite.
So as you look back on your career in advertising, and again, like just a ton of awesome brands. When you look back at that, what's really changed from starting to now at JP Morgan?
So I started on my career. I was at BBDO and Saatchi, actually in advertising in China and in the US before I went on to the in-house on brand side. It's interesting. In one respect, I feel like, and this was in the early 2000s, like that in a way, the fundamentals of marketing haven't changed. And I think the more my career has gone on in time and shifted industries and jobs, that I find myself almost returning to the fundamentals more so, and of target audience, of positioning, of competitive, like what you learn in a textbook, truly, right? But that, and having lived it with different organizations, as we all know, is key. But I think really getting focused on who your audience is. And I just left a call with a possible partner with us at JP Morgan, actually, who we talked about our audience. What are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to do? It was all the foundational key questions. And I think so. That's one thing. Keep the fun. Don't lose track of the fundamentals. But clearly now, as we all know, data and technology is core to what we do, separate of COVID times. And everyone wants to be as on the cutting edge and be involved with AI and other exciting things. And JP Morgan Chase does have, it is public knowledge that we are working with an interesting AI firm helping us on our marketing. And we're working with them too, which is exciting. But at the same time, it's combined with the same strategic and fundamental rigor of arguably marketing and branding 101.
Yeah.
And I do think that is those who are going to continue to succeed as brands and as firms are the ones who don't lose track of remembering that they need to have all the fundamentals shored up and documented and clear and understood and bought into, and then you can combine and test and learn and optimize. And that, as a closing point on it, Travis, I feel like the ability to marketing to me is also a grand experiment for all of us in this game, like in this career and in this industry. It's awesome now that we have so much more to test and learn. And my current leader and boss is great, and she's just come over from us from a different firm, but is big on testing even more. So we were testing, we were optimizing, but everything we now are A/B testing. Everything we're looking to see how we can learn more and try a different variable or a different thing, and then we just keep getting better and better, right? Yeah. And I think that's the never-ending feedback loop in marketing in this digital mobile world. And not to say that print or other things don't have a place, because they do, but it's an exciting, dynamic time for all of us to be working in this day and age.
Yeah, for my money, marketing is the most intellectual boarding of the verticals or the positions you could be in right now. There's just so much going on. As you look forward, right? Yeah. Are the challenges, are they different? One of the things that I see a lot of is, how do you use AI to really support storytelling and not just to have a really compelling spreadsheet with the right numbers in the bottom, right? Like, how do you do you see balancing those things as a challenge in the future, or is it really somewhere else?
No, it's a great question. I mean, specifically to AI, I think AI can be, thus far in my personal experience, I think AI can be very effective in search, in general sort of copy and other things, but ensuring that you don't lose the message, that, to your point, the core message or the core tone and voice of I'm speaking more in language for AI. In that respect, I feel like you need the human elements and variables to be set up to ensure that a brand experience and the brand tone and look and feel, et cetera, more tone in this case, is consistent, I think is key. But AI from a audience standpoint and a media standpoint and ways that aren't necessarily seen by a consumer or a prospect, I'm all for to get more efficient, more effective, and optimize in flight and on is very exciting. And in a good way, I do think, I'm sort of an eternal optimist, but that I think that it's the combination of, and in our world of financial services where I am now, and banking, private banking, that those who can balance the human and the tech, and I don't have the answer or necessarily a perspective on what the balance is, but that's actually one feel like the human element of what we do in the work that I do and that my firm does is so core to who we are. I want, I would never want it to necessarily be 51% digital or robot. But yeah, I think the hybrid players in the financial space, and we intend and believe we are one, but I think are going to have the best success. But overall, super exciting, dynamic time, as you know, in the future, and we're living it, and we're all of us are part of defining and building out the future, which is very exciting, no matter where we sit in the quote marketing ecosystem.
Yeah, I one of the pieces of advice that I think is some real wisdom from our CTO is let the AI do the things it's good at, let the humans do the things they're good at, and try to keep a tight handle on who's good at what. Right? When you start to mix those things that you go a little astray. Could you?
That's good advice.
You just said something that kind of caught my ear, and sorry if I'm going a little off script.
No, please.
What does it mean to be a hybrid organization?
Yeah.
And how would a smart marketer embrace that?
Well, I think in general at JP Morgan Chase at large, I know Jamie Dimon has spoken of this, often, but we believe ourselves in a way to be a tech company, and at the same, and we're also a retail company from Chase standpoint, right? But I think even back to my other jobs in the career, like those who can balance and find in the business that where obviously it's relevant to have in-person or physical brick and mortar combined with digital and mobile, combined with human interaction, especially when it's advice and not just, a job or thinking that could be replaced by a robot. Not to say that, but to your point, I think finding that balance, to me, that's what the hybrid in my current world means. And I think it's exciting and dynamic to be in a business that has offices and has people in the office and digital experiences and just a general phone call or a Zoom call. Our bankers are Zooming more than ever now, obviously during this time period, but utilizing technology and digital tools and mobile apps and et cetera to engage humans and to bring to life before and during and after client calls or different things, like using the technology, but it's all about the human connection and the human in my current world, right? The human impact that we're driving with our clients. But yeah, I guess I don't know if I answered it exactly, Travis, but to exist in the hybrid space is exciting for me. And I know some of us are only in person. I don't, maybe not anymore with digital, or people who are just purely 100% digital e-commerce in terms of business, clearly critical and important and major growth. Don't get me wrong, but I'm a very human driven person. So having that element is important and motivating to me.
Yeah. I just want to say to the audience, we've got 2 questions, which is dynamite.
Exciting.
I'm gonna save them till the end and make sure we get to everybody, but
cool.
As the moderator, you always love a question because it means that you've got some
keep them coming
content. So
yeah.
So thank you, Ben. All right. So JP Morgan, right? 200 years old, goes all the way back, right, to Aaron Burr for our fans of history and Hamilton in the audience today.
Yes.
That's a great American brand, right? And there's a lot that comes with that brand, but we've also seen some other legacy brands that have gone through periods of staleness, right? So for you guys though, right, you're coming off a great Q4. You've won, I'm looking at a couple of the awards that you guys have won the last couple of years: Best Private Bank in the World, Best Bank in North America. How do you take all of that legacy, right, and really use it to tell your story in new ways, attach it to new audiences and new things that are driving people in their decisioning or their concerns about their lives or new triggers in choosing a financial institution? How do you do that?
Well, no, that's, a great question. Most of the brands that I've worked with have been, quote, heritage brands, right? Brands with significant time history. And JP Morgan, to your point, with 200 years is major. And I think one of the things that we think about and that I think about is how do we, well, 2 things. One, everyone wants to grow, right, in the world, right? Anyone on the phone I don't know what we're all doing. It's all in the spirit of growth. We want to grow. We want to obviously deepen with our existing clients, but we want to attract in new clients, of course. And I think one of the things that we, again, are focused on is leveraging our history and heritage, like you were saying, Travis, but in a modern and relevant way, right? And not just saying, hey, especially in the banking space, right? People do want a bank that's going to be around no matter what happens in the world. And we have stability and strength in terms of our size and history. But separate of that, how is that history benefiting any client or prospective client today? And figuring out ways to best articulate that is important. So, and I think, again, bringing forward, and Remy Martin's a perfect example, which again, as a firm and nearly over 300 years, very focused on the Maison and the savoir-faire and the philosophy of that brand. And I think with JP Morgan, we're trying to best express and bring that to life. And it's a work in progress. We are not by any means finished with it. But that's kind of the challenge is leveraging that, but of course being relevant today, right? And it has to be relevant in this moment and in the future. And one other quick point on it is that you know, we don't just say, hey, we're old, you know, contact us. But this, back to spinning it into value for the consumer or the prospect, since we've gone through so many different market iterations, and this is the same during COVID, 2009, whatever market you know, volatility moment has occurred, and we know this one was caused by COVID, but having seen other wild and unique market scenarios, that history and that experience we can leverage to help our clients and partners navigate through it. So I think that's an example where the history and heritage is brought to life. But I'm really, you know, and I'm very much focused on paving the way for the future and building our, you know, we're custodians of this brand now. And that's one of the fun things about working for older brands is we have the privilege and responsibility to care for it and strengthen it while we're working on it. And thinking like that, thinking really long term, I think that's another thing that the history allows us to do. And my team and I and is exciting that it's our chance to help shape it for the future. And anyway, I'm passionate about it. I'll pause now because I know we're running out of time. We want to get to questions too.
Yeah. So we've got 7 more minutes. So I'm going to ask you kind of one more question. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up COVID. I'd break some kind of rule of 2020 to not address it. So
yes,
you know, we've seen all kinds of crazy behavior, right? And things that have driven consumers to do things like buy out toilet paper, to hair dye, to, you know, all sorts of different things. You though have a really interesting view of the American consumer in that you're really focused on high net worth.
Yeah.
Have you seen differences in the audience there? What have things changed in what's driving, you know, some of the wants and needs that to interact with the folks at JP Morgan?
No, great question. I mean, I mean, speaking more sort of broadly and you know, we do partner with Chase Insights, and we have some amazing insights partners where we get, you know, beyond our own internal data, but interesting perception. For me, some of the external stuff's more interesting because it's around what this audience is feeling and thinking about themselves, separate of what they're doing physically, right, with spending or whatnot, action check, but how do they feel about their family, about their future, about their economic you know, viability. And again, I know these are wealthy people, so I'm by no means, you know, I'm recognized and aware of the fact that many people at this time are everyone's having a challenging time, but I'm not trying to have a pity party for wealthy people, but more that, again, like how they're feeling, believing about their future, about their family. And one of the key themes that I think is resonant with this audience in general, and by the way, is applicable to all of us, no matter what affluent level you are, is a focus on reevaluating your plan. And again, in the case of a financial plan and a wealth plan, definitely this time has driven that. And it's a good thing to do in general. But now I think people are getting very intentional, and I use that word intentionally, that you know, even more so around what are their goals, what are their you know, what's their vision and their plan to achieve it. As we all know, that life is precious and life is fragile. So from this experience that we're all in, so I think in a good way, we're having you know, our audience is thinking about these things, and we're having these conversations. And we welcome these at Private Bank. We lean into these conversations in general, but now these are arguably what more important conversation are you having? In a way, it's about your life. And we serve them via managing their wealth and all of their, you know, strategies and tactics around that. But it's all about life impact. It's not about how much money they have. But I think that's a good trend. Oh, Travis, I can't hear you.
There we go. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moment of mute.
Got to remember that mute button.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got 5 questions, and I want to make sure we get to them in the little bit of time we got left. So right out of the gate, I think this is a great question because I've thought a lot about what are the trends from COVID, what are the trends from lockdown. Lockdown, temporary, COVID more permanent, right? But the question is with, a lot of retailers have shifted to e-commerce and digital experience and response, right? How can brands best leverage those online experiences where we're getting in-store shopping and activation becomes commonplace again, right? So how can we balance out what we've learned in digital and have that help us to be additive when we're seeing people face to face again, which I can't wait for.
No, I think it's a great question, and thank you for that, whoever asked it, because I think that's also, an interesting one in terms of the dynamics of consumer journeys, and as we all know as real consumers, ideally we're going to have a seamless, connected, experience, whether it's on the mobile phone, on the computer, in person, etc., or on e-commerce as example. I think again, doing user journey mapping and having a clear focus on exactly that question of how do we ensure that there is a level of consistent experience but that each channel, or whether it's in person or digital, etc., but that each channel or medium has its own strengths and ability to shine, so to speak. And again, that's something that actually we're focused right now on social. A lot of times we would take our our emailed article and just put it up, and we need to be designing for the medium. And I think that's a good answer for this one too. Really design for how this channel, whatever it is, design for that and ensure that there's a connective thread in messaging and visuals and experience overall, but allowing there to be some flexibility is the key. And it's not easy to do, but I think by mapping it and bringing people along on the mapping journey, that's been effective as a approach.
That's great. Okay. So
good question.
Yeah, we've got a lot of great questions. I'm blessed to have a great person to be on the fireside with, and a great audience too.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
So question about a recent announcement that JP Morgan is going to be allocating $30 billion with a B to advancing racial equity. Wow, that's got to make you feel good. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can't. I'm not a full spokesperson, as you guys know, in terms of this, but I can just say more. And it's obviously incredible, news. And I have great pride in it myself. So we, as an employee, and again, overall, that's JP Morgan Chase. Even though it's just JP Morgan Chase has made this commitment across all of our businesses, and we're deeply committed to in the communities we serve and the people that are working with us. And we know that there's an incredible amount of work to be done in this space. And I'm very proud. And I posted this on my LinkedIn the moment it came out too, as it's a serious commitment. This is not my wife works in philanthropy, and obviously I know there can be some giving that seems to, or commitments that are, seem to be minor or you're trending and we want to do XYZ. This is clearly not that. This is a major commitment, and obviously from Jamie Dimon on the top to all the way down to people like myself, just general employees. We're very excited about the momentum and the commitment, and internally, which people don't see, but and the amount of groups and discussions and conversations we're having internally around diversity and inclusion is very exciting to see. And it's been going on for a while, but this is a bigger, it's a big commitment. So it's going to be exciting to see how it unfolds. And in the private bank specifically, we're also obviously part of the overall effort, but in our world, we are equally focused on, improving it and having impact in this space and being, bringing this to life in a big way.
Yeah, I think certainly one of the themes coming out of last year is if we don't all move forward, we don't. So this is dynamite, really, really great on JP Morgan's part. So another great question. So when we think back over your career in experiential marketing, right, you're always looking for that opportunity to surprise and delight. Can you talk a little bit about surprising and delighting in virtual that has an impact on engagement and loyalty?
Very good question.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
No, it's tough. Like, so I'd say that, for now, it is the experiences that we're bringing to life. I mean, we do many events around the world and around the country that are really dynamic with incredibly talented speakers and clients, and obviously people within the bank who have specialty in certain areas. I think we're continuing with those. The in-person element. Here's Isabel. Our time. We're continuing with those virtually now. So truly, the surprise and delight experiences and those are reserved for clients or prospects, of course, but incredibly interesting talent that are brought to the table, and dynamic conversations again between industry talent, our team, as I said, and other external folks. And I think the experience is more the surprise and delight, but figuring out ways in this day and age, and this is all on Zoom, everyone, just like this, right? Figuring out ways to bring to life dynamic conversations that add value to people's lives. Right now, that's kind of what we're focused on. But for the U.S. Open, I'll say this as one last example before Isabel cuts us off, that for the U.S. Open, we definitely, since we could not be there in person, we did share some interesting surprise and delight care packages with people that I know is not some super innovative idea, but it's really about the gesture and that you're thinking about people. And I have to say, like, a handwritten note at this time has gone on incredibly far, regardless of whether it's a package with a gift of some sort. Just being thoughtful and being present, I think goes a long way. But anyway, as Isabel knows, I'm a talker too, so we're gonna stop at some point.
Thank you.
Like now. Isabel's here to cut us off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here to cut
thank
you
you,
off.
Isabel.
But what you were saying, Ben, about
and
Travis, what you asked about the huge commitment of JP Morgan to racial equality, and I think JP Morgan Philanthropy and Foundation, I actually don't know the proper terminology, but I saw when they took a bet on Detroit when I was in I went to University of Michigan, and JP Morgan was really the first company to really invest in the city of Detroit. And we saw that firsthand. We saw it on campus. We saw it with our Detroit community at school. And, you guys didn't just talk the talk, you sent people there. So that was really great to see over the past 6 to 8 years. I don't know if there's anything else you guys, I didn't cut you off, Travis, if there's any kind of
I mean, this is,
words or thoughts.
I mean, this has been great. I hope that, Ben and I can continue this over a beer or a Remy, maybe
Remy.
a Remy product in the near future.
Definitely. No. And again, thank everyone who's on the phone too. Really appreciate everyone attending and participating. Lots of good questions. If we didn't answer your question, I saw Ian, a former colleague of my partner of mine at Amex a long time ago. Ian, I'll be in touch. But again, my parting advice, you guys sense my positive energy, but more that, again, I think marketing is a super fun and dynamic world that we live in to drive our businesses and brands forward, no matter where we sit. And again, encourage everyone to continue to innovate and push further, because if we're not doing that, back to marketing innovation and brand innovators in general as a brand, why I love the community too, is it's all about us pushing the envelope and reaching new heights in terms of what we can do and the results we can drive. So look forward to the future next brand innovator sessions to come.
Yeah. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for closing out our day. That was a super strong and awesome way to end it. Yeah. For everyone here, we hope that you will join us actually on Thursday at noon, because we're doing a special live class. This is our second ever on marketing to the LGBTQ+ community. So we'll be joined by marketing leaders and CMOs from MasterCard, from Diageo Beer, Best Buy, Electronic Arts, Procter & Gamble, Mondelez, and OkCupid. So it's going to be a really, really great lineup on Thursday, and we hope that you will join us then. So thanks